at the College Garden.
I know that finally, yes,
Make sure she has not gone home.
yeah.
No, huh? No, sorry.
Nobody need that on here. There's no addition.
Good afternoon. This is the City of Riviera Beach Special City Council meeting. Today is April 27th, 2026. The time is 6:06 p.m. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Douglas Lawson. Chairperson Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Bruce Guyton.
Here.
Councilperson Dr. Glenn Spiritus.
Here.
Councilperson Priscilla Davis Pannier. City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
City Clerk Deborah Hall is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. We will have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by our Vice Chair. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions for this special meeting? And the fact that it's a special city council meeting, there cannot be any additions, deletions, or substitutions.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
can we possibly have item 12C come as the first item under discussions and deliberations?
Okay, there are no,
Madam Chair,
yes, go ahead.
and I'd like to move 12A up right after 12C.
Okay,
Wait, no, move it to the regular agenda above 11B.
it's a discussion item. I don't think that it can go under a resolution. Yes, a discussion. It has to stay under the discussion. You can move it up at the top. Oh, anyway, it would have to be a resolution for us to move it to resolutions section of the agenda, sir. We'll move 12C up to before 12A. Are there any other additions, deletions, or substitutions Are there any disclosures in regards to any of the items that are listed on this agenda this evening? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus, Chairperson Lanier. That's a unanimous vote.
We are at the area of our agenda that is the consent agenda. And because we do not have any items on consent, Madam Clerk, could you start with 11A?
Madam Chair, item 11A under resolutions on regular agenda, resolution number 2826, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County,
Excuse me.
Florida.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Didn't you move 12C up before the resolution?
No, I
At the
couldn't
request
put,
of Mr. Evans? They didn't move it?
no, it's the first on the discussion part.
Okay.
That's okay. You can start again, Madam Clerk.
Okay, resolution number 28-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to purchase emergency medical services equipment sold from Stryker through Savick Buying Group, a cooperative purchasing program not to exceed $1,350,000 with a 5-year annual payment of $266,031.20, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the purchase contract, authorizing the chief financial officer to make payment from the appropriate account and approving the effective date. Madam Chair, there are no comment cards for this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Assistant Fire Chief, Mr. Alvin, to present this item.
Good evening, Chair,
Good evening.
Mayor, and Board. Today, this resolution, we're wanting to purchase new EMS equipment. This entails new Life Pack 35s, new AEDs, stretchers, power loads, and automatic stair chairs from Stryker, and it's an amount above $266,000 a year for the next 5 years. And we're just asking for your approval on this item, please.
Madam Clerk, do we have any comment cards?
Madam Chair, we do not have any comment cards for this item.
Any questions in regards to this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier, Councilperson Guyton, Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus, Chairperson Lanier. That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
We are on 7B, resolution number 27-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Florida, adopting a policy regarding payment of attorney's fees and costs for the mayor, city council members, officers, and employees, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, we have 7 public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Thank you. Mr. Evans? I'm sorry, motion to approve, resolution number 2726. Mr. Evans?
Ask that City Attorney Nguyen present this item.
Swin?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council, Mr. Mayor. This matter concerns the adoption of a policy of the payment of attorney's fees and cost. Historically, the City Council has paid or reimbursed for attorney's fees of a council member in the past. However, the city doesn't have a policy regarding this topic, so before you is an actual policy. And I hope you've had a chance to review it. By way of background, my office has located 14 municipalities in Palm Beach County that have a policy or an ordinance covering legal defense, a legal defense fund. Palm Beach County has a policy addressing the reimbursement of attorney's fees in ethics matters only. The policy before you as drafted contains an upfront payment of attorney's fees and costs directly to the attorney selected by the individual, with payments invoiced on a monthly basis. Once you adopt the policy, the city attorney and the city manager administer the policy. A repayment agreement is entered into If the person pleads guilty or no contest, is convicted, or is found to have acted outside the scope of their duties, acted in bad faith, for personal gain, maliciously, or not for a public purpose, it triggers a repayment clause, and repayment must be made within 180 days. The fee cap set out in the policy is up to $75,000 per matter, unless the city attorney and city manager approve additional amounts. The hourly rate must be reasonable and customary for Palm Beach County. In order for public officials or employees to be, because this does apply to employees as well as officers, and the officers would be the city attorney and the city manager. In order for them to be entitled to representation, the litigation must arise out of or be in connection with the performance of their official duties and must serve a public purpose. If the city provides a defense and the person does not prevail or is found to have acted outside of his or her scope of his or her duties, the city should seek reimbursement of the fees paid. Do you have any questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Counselor, can you tell me what the maximum is that we would pay on this?
Right now, the policy reads up to $75,000 per matter. And then if additional funds are requested, that would be evaluated by the city attorney and the city manager and brought back to the council once that decision has been made, just so that you would know, not necessarily for you to vote on it.
Thank you.
Can we get the public comment cards, please?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, the first speakers are Annette Dragon, Erica Davis, and Rochelle Hughes.
Hello, everyone. I seem to be spending every meeting up here speaking to you. This legal fees situation is ridiculous. What you're looking at is if 10 people are looking for legal fees all at the same time, that's $750,000. We're paying for that out of our property taxes. What should happen is that legal fees should be applied for after the case is heard. And then whatever the total amount to be reimbursed is made only if the person wins their court case. Advancing legal fees just isn't right. We don't get legal fees advanced to us when we take legal action. We got to cough up out of our own pockets. And the same should be true from every individual that works for the city, every councillor, the mayor, and anybody else who is affiliated with the city. That's all.
The next speaker is Erica Davis, Rochelle Hughes, and then Fane Losman.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. I have to laugh. Make it make sense. Who even created this resolution? Now, make it make sense. Let me just do this for a second, because this is getting crazier every week. If they are being investigated for a criminal act or they get convicted, if they can't pay their fees now, how in the hell are they going to pay it when they go to jail? Make that make sense to me. We are here at 1.5, I would say, $1 billion in debt. 1.5 billion, ladies and gentlemen, in debt. You all have spent so much money on hotel fees, airplane fees, clothes, and now you're trying to fire our city manager. You have made bad decisions on development deals, giving what, $3.5 million worth of property to housing authority for $1 for them to turn around and sell it. You just made a bad deal last week with Forest Development, giving away our property for $4 million. and they have problems over there at Lake Park being sued, and some of the council facing criminal charges for the Sunshine Law. Make it make sense, people. Do you think we are Truist Bank, Bank of America? You think we just have a running ATM machine? If you do your crime, you pay for it, because we know you're not going to pay it back, because if you go to jail, you can't pay it back. Make it make sense. It's crazy. Y'all are really trying to use us. And like I say, we on that side of town, whatever's built on this side of town, we don't get anything from it. I'm just putting it out here, residents, and I got more to say. But y'all have some nerve, some real nerve. It's more to come, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes, followed by Fane Lozman and Cindy March.
Good evening, City Council, staff, everybody. I'm $75,000 per person. Wow, up front. That's a lot of money. I could use that. So I'm kind of like not liking that amount. I don't know if it can be lowered, or maybe it's given after the case is through and you've prevailed. But you know, we have a really expensive water treatment plant going in right now. And if we did $75,000 and there were 10, that's $750,000. Just right. There you go. So that's a lot of money. Let's think about that. That could be a down, someone could buy a house for $750,000. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe we can tweak it a little bit. I get that if they do it in other municipalities, but maybe it's not as much, or maybe half is given, and then the person who's in the litigation or whatever has to come up with the other half, and if they prevail, then they get paid back the other half. I don't know. I just it seems like a lot of money, and right now I don't think we, the city, are in that. We're not rich. The city's not rich. We don't have money. There's not a tree. If there were a tree out there that had all that money on there, woohoo, we'd be singing and dancing, and we'd have everything built, and our taxes wouldn't go up, but we don't. So I hope we really think, and listening to what Attorney Wynn said, that there are other municipalities that do that. I didn't know that, but I just have a hard time with that number, 75,000 and more, if they agree to it. So that's just my thoughts on it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by Cindy March and Lloyd Brown.
Good evening, Fane Lozman, Singer Island. This is a poorly written ordinance because it doesn't take into effect the comments made by the Supreme Court in a case that deals with this, or the Attorney General. Basically what happens is that the board would have to make its own decision as to should we allocate money ahead of time or not. Now, this is coming about, I'm sure, because the 5 FBI agents that came to City Hall and served a subpoena for documents and emails on 3 elected officials, that's part of a grand jury investigation that could result in a criminal indictment. So under the 5th Amendment, serious felony charges have to go through the grand jury process. So if it comes back, and who knows, if they're going to get indicted or not, and where the investigation would be going. But if there's felony indictments against any elected official, that can be an extremely expensive battle to fight out. That could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think they need to be quite clear that this taxpayers are not going to fund criminal indictments in the federal process, in the federal system. And things that are a close call, they need to be put on the agenda and come back for all the council members to make a decision. You just can't have the city attorney and city manager make that type of decision, because they had a criminal case down in Miami where billed with $1.2 million for an elected official. So once you open up that line of money, it just keeps growing. And they say like, well, I can't keep going. I don't have the money. The elected officials say, well, thinking you're going to claw back that money is not going to happen. So when you have a serious criminal indictment, that certainly cannot be covered. Now, when you have an ethics complaint, like when Botel filed that sham ethics complaint against the mayor, that's one thing. Matter of fact, the mayor, you should really make it retroactive so he can get his legal fees back that he spent on Botel's sham complaint that she filed. But that's one thing to pay attorney fees. But when you have serious federal criminal charges, the city cannot fund those up front. They can reimburse the elected official if they're found not guilty, but they cannot reimburse serious criminal charges up front.
The next speaker is Cindy March, followed by Lloyd Brown and Madeline Irving Mills.
Good evening, council. This is why it's so important to keep your nose clean, being honest and transparent. Our residents are hurting. Whether we fire Jonathan Evans or not tonight, some people need to be recalled on that board because this is utterly ridiculous. Because you know why? I just requested for Lanier's spending for 4 or 5 months. She have already spent over $28,000. And now you all talking about paying somebody legal fees when they be so rude, disrespectful. They're despicable. I'm sick and tired, and I'm tired and sick because I care for this lovely, beautiful city that we live in. This is a rich and beautiful city with some bad leadership and some bad management. We got to hold people accountable, whether we like them or don't. I am tired knocking on people's doors, people stopping me out the church in Sam's Club, talking about the city of Riviera Beach like I get a paycheck. I'm here to tell the truth, and the truth needs to be told. They do not need no one to pay for their attorney fees. They should have thought about it before they got their nose dirty. And I'm not saying that they're guilty. They're not guilty until proven guilty. But Lady March had a case where she had to pay for her own lawyer. And she had 4 cases, and only one stood up. And you know which one that was? Corruption. And you all are still corrupt. And this comes from the federal court. Ask for the public records. It's no he say, she say. And she don't need me to speak for her because she's going on, she's living a beautiful life. But you all gonna have to take an account how you do these residents. They can't even afford to pay a water bill, more less drinking clean water. Enough is enough. This is the night we need to get rid of the city manager, and we need to get rid of the rest of them who got their nose dirty.
The next speaker is Lloyd Brown, followed by Madeline Irving Mills.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, when I went to court, ain't nobody paid my fee. And you know what? When I did the crime, I had to do the time. And I mean, if I was wrong, my daddy wouldn't say, hey, I'm gonna pay for your court fee. Boy, you did that, that's on you. That's on y'all. And then too, you can't hide. You do stuff in here and people don't really notice it. If they do, they don't say nothing about it. You get up, you go talk to that council member, and it's supposed to be open forum. And I noticed this, and I'm gonna read off the sunshine, but I'm gonna tell you like this, because this is not my community comment. I'm gonna tell you like this. You can't get up and go over there and talk to another member up on that board unless, I mean, and not while you're voting anyway, because if you voting on something, and if you done got up and went talk to Spruitus, or you done got up, that's squashed, that's voided. I looked that up. I don't know, y'all in the office, y'all don't look this stuff up? God, dog, you gotta look it up. You can't just get up Lawson and go talk to him, or Miller, I ain't saying you do it, talk to him, because that's not allowed in an open meeting. You get in his ear and you want to talk, and now you want somebody to pay because you made the mistake. What were you asking him when you got in his ear? You want to take him on a date? Because if that was the case, then maybe I wouldn't want nobody to hear it. But that wasn't the point. If you got down in anybody's ear over here, anybody, one of y'all got up and talked to the other one, all them votes y'all put in, look it up on the Sunshine Law. They avoid those. And this lady back here told me not to mention when y'all voted on the water plant, because y'all got up and talked to each other. They could avoid that. Anything you voted for where you got up and talked to your constituents, that's a big good word I use. You talk to your constituents about what's going on. Every vote you vote in is void. And then, the state attorney, I called them up and asked them a few questions. See, y'all think I'm dumb, but I'm not. I might be stupid, but I'm not dumb. Because I'm stupid to come over here and keep trying to tell y'all what to do. Y'all like a chessboard. You got to move, y'all. Y'all don't know how to do on things for yourselves. And then you sit over here like everything in the city is great. Everything is so great in Riviera Beach. And that's BS. I wouldn't pay nothing.
The last speaker is Madeline Irving Mills.
Good evening, Board. Madeline Irving Mills, Riviera Beach. I don't understand how do we get to the point of saying somebody paying for a legal fee when you're the one who creates the issue. We are here tonight as a special meeting because of one person. One person wants to fire the city manager. One person has rallied, I imagine, two other supporters, but this one person doesn't think, Mr. Guyton, that you asking for a raise that you worked so hard for is not factored into legal fees. You, Mr. Guyton, didn't take under account that getting the $1,000 water stipend when, the city is paying so much for the water bill will support a legal fee. So I don't understand when you say Mr. Evans works for us. You work for the constituents. When did you ask your constituents, when you and Ms. Wynn put this on the agenda, would they agree to this? When did you get the permission? And I imagine the two other votes that will say whatever they're going to say tonight. But it just baffles me how you all supposed to work for the residents, yet you turn your backs and you rape us. Because when you're gone, that debt is on the residents, the taxpayers that pays your salary, your luxury spending. That's who pays for that, not Mr. Guyton, not Mr. Evans, not Miss Wynn, not Miss Paneer, not Mr. Spiritus, not Miss Miller Anderson, and not Miss Lanier, and definitely not the mayor. It's the taxpayers that we hear nothing from you and your ideas of what your plans are. When we pay you the salary, we pay your benefits, and you don't think about us, but you're making a decision on behalf of us.
Madam Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Yes, I would like to say this. In looking at this resolution, really just kind of kept past it because I wanted to hear more about the reimbursement part of it. So let me ask a couple questions. Attorney Wynn, how have we handled this in the past when legal issues came up?
This issue, Madam Chair. Yes, go ahead.
This issue has not come up in the 7 years that I've been your city attorney. However, I understand that it had come up in the past, but I was not involved with that, and I don't know whether it was upfront or on a reimbursement basis. Okay. So, I spoke with you when this was put on the agenda and, asked questions about the reimbursement option. And like I said, I hadn't looked at it until, I started getting my names for recalls. So if I'm going, the only reason why I looked at it again is because I'm like, okay, if I'm going to have to keep, for every vote I make, I'm going to have to be recalled or get an attorney because somebody's gonna recall me for every decision I make, then that's the only reason why I looked at it. Now, I'm again asking for information on the reimbursement because I do agree with, the residents. Uh, you know, that is a heavy burden, for us to be able to, you know, pay out for me, anybody else, and how many people at one time could this, you know, impact? That's a big amount. So, you know, but like I said, I hadn't even considered it until I started getting flyers with my name being recalled, and I haven't even made a vote yet. So again, those are things that, you know, I look at when I make my decision, but I would still ask for information on the option for reimbursement of, legal fees. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Attorney Nguyen, can you tell me what municipalities have a similar policy to one that you want us to adopt tonight? Or at least that's on the agenda tonight?
Madam Chair, Dr. Spiritus, I don't have that list with me, but what I will tell you is that they are all on a reimbursement basis.
They're all reimbursement.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair? Yeah, I make a motion that we amend this proposed resolution to be a reimbursement only if the person wins the case, that they be reimbursed their fees for legal services.
I would like to second that, but I want to make sure that it's clear, a clear resolution, you know, and that you look at it from the legal standpoint. Attorney Nguyen, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But I am in support of a revised resolution.
Yes.
And Dr. Spiritus, it's not just that the person wins their case. It's a two-prong. It has to be for a public purpose as well. And it has to arise out of or be in connection with the scope of their official duties. So it's not just a not guilty verdict, if you will.
Right, Madam Chair? Yes, I amend my motion to reflect what Attorney Nguyen just said.
Madam Chair, what have we been operating under previously? Because, I mean, people have been reimbursed, right?
We had one former council person that was reimbursed. There was an ethics, case that the person had, and they were found to not have been, not have violated any ethics laws, and we brought that before you, and you all, under the law, under the case law, approved the reimbursement of their attorney's fees, yes.
But we didn't have anything where it was laid out as to whether or not, if it was an ethics case, if it was, so right now we're saying any type of case.
This policy before you is for, just for criminal matters. I can't remember because we had several drafts. Well, it said and it may include ethics, opinions as, yes, and the Commission on Ethics for Palm Beach County and the State Commission on Ethics, as well as, there are some instances of civil actions and recall petition challenges.
So Mr. Spiritus's, his amendment is just changing it to say reimbursement from being upfront, and everything else is gonna stay the same?
Yes, you all can weigh in on the amount. I mean, it's reimbursement now, so I would take out the individual advancement of up to $75,000.
Madam Chair? Thank you. So Attorney Nguyen, the policy that we're operating under, a few years back, I was accused of an ethics violation or claimed that I was wrongfully accused and found later to be not guilty of any ethics violations. Would I be able to be reimbursed for those fees?
And submit that to my office. I would have to take a look at it. I don't want to give you a yes or no answer right now. I'd have to review it.
So this policy is, what policy are we operating in currently under?
It's not a city policy, it is what the law requires. So for instance, had we not reimbursed the former council person in the ethics case that she was involved with, and she was found not to have violated any ethics rules, she could have filed a lawsuit against the city and she would have been successful in that lawsuit because we were obligated to pay the reimbursement of her fees.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? So with this section, one of the things that is listed as being covered is criminal investigations. So under the law that we've been following, because we didn't have an actual policy, was that a part of it?
So there are two separate areas. Sometimes the statute covers it, but then case law covers it. And case law has been used to cover criminal matters as well.
I think that my position on this is the fact that I am not guilty of anything. People have accused me of who knows what, but to be in a position of as an elected official and have to spend my money because to prove my innocence, I don't think that that is fair. I am not guilty of anything. People are released every week for innocence because they were in jail for 20 years and they didn't do it. It is a situation where I have to spend money, 30, 40, 50, whatever, how much thousands of dollars to be able to prove my innocence. And I don't think that's fair as an elected official. That if someone is accusing me of something, I have the right to defend myself. I have the right to be able to have an adequate defense. But not having any money to do that, we get what, $19,000 a year? Some of us have jobs, some of us don't. And when you have people who want to be a part of government for the city of Riviera Beach, you want to be a government, and somebody accuses you of something, and you have to pay for it, that will dissuade a lot of people from even becoming an elected official. There is no way that we are in a position where if we are accused of something, then we have to go and borrow money or mortgage our house to be able to have a defense. Because I am not guilty of anything. And to have an adequate defense, I have to be able to have money to do that. And that is just unfair to any elected official, not just myself, any employee. If an employee is accused of wrongdoing, so that means that they have to put up the money for themselves to be able to prove that they are innocent. And in the end, like the mayor, in the end, he was not convicted of anything. It was an ethics charge that didn't go anywhere. So you have to spend money to be able to prove your innocence. So now a person is bankrupt, but you're innocent. I just don't think that that is fair to a person who spent the time and the energy to go and get elected and to up to any point have not been accused of anything, but when they are accused, now it's an automatic guilty or it's an automatic they must have done something wrong. And that is not fair. So we're in a position where we have to fight for ourselves. And so the residents say, just fight for yourself. That's on you. But I'm innocent. So now we're put in a position that we have to bankrupt ourselves to be able to have a defense, an adequate defense. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Attorney Nguyen, the case law and statute that you referred to, does that include city employees, or this one here is adding city employees in it?
It can include city employees, yes. City employees and the officers.
The one that we've been operating under? Not this?
Case law supports employees and officers as well as elected officials.
Okay.
Acting, again, for a public purpose and in their official capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions in regards to this item?
Yep, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Attorney Nguyen, so can you tell me how many times has the city defended any member of the council or officer of the city with respect to being reimbursed?
One former elected official was reimbursed for attorney's fees in an ethics matter before the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics.
Have we defended any, have we sent an attorney to defend anybody?
No, we did not. She retained that attorney on her own and then submitted the invoices for reimbursement.
No, Attorney Nguyen, what I'm saying is, did we send an attorney to defend anyone previously without being reimbursed? Have we provided counsel to any employee or any officer or council member, irrespective of that particular case?
No, not that I'm aware of. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Because they are able to hire their own attorneys, correct, under this?
Under the law, because we did not have a policy, we did it on a reimbursement basis.
Madam Chair? So my motion is to make this a reimbursement resolution and not to upfront the $75,000.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor, which is an amendment to the earlier motion. Any questions in regards to this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier.
Clarification. The motion was amended. I just want to be sure, clear. Okay, yes.
Councilperson Guyton.
Yes, but I reserve the right to revisit at this meeting if I so choose.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
No.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus.
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier. The item passes with Chairperson Lanier and Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson dissenting. The next item, Madam Chair, is the next item is Resolution 48-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the initiation of the negotiations of a third-party marina management agreement between City of Riviera Beach and Seven Kings Holdings for third-party marina management services obtained through a request for proposal number 26-002, authorizing the city manager to identify a negotiation committee and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, we have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So moved.
Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Procurement to make this presentation.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Latanya Ammons, Director of Procurement for the City of Riviera Beach. At the request of the Finance Department, the Procurement Department issued an RFP in accordance with Chapter 16.5 of the Riviera Beach Code of Ordinances. The RFP is seeking a qualified, experienced vendor to provide third-party marina management services. And this particular solicitation was advertised on the city's website and BidNet Direct on November the 17th, 2025. As outlined in the solicitation, the selected vendor will be responsible for providing third-party marina management services. The solicitation was distributed to 99 vendors that have registered on BidNet under those NIGP codes. 3 proposals were received by the deadline. 2 were deemed responsive and moved to the evaluation phase. As a result of the evaluation committee, Seven Kings Holdings was ranked number 1 with a proposal score of 1,002.50 points, and Yacht Management of South Florida has a second ranking of 927.50 points. Based on the results of the evaluation committee, the Procurement Department, along with the Finance Department, is seeking approval to move into contract negotiations with Seven Kings Holdings.
Do we have any public comment cards on this item?
Madam Chair, we have one public comment card. Rosemary Camilio. Okay, Rosemary is not here. Oh, she's coming.
Good evening, board members. We are about to fail our youth. I'm here to speak for the children of Riviera Beach, as they have no voice. At the moment, our children have the rare, unique opportunity to live in a great waterfront community with a future that could involve maritime-related programs. Let's look at what their future could look like. Careers in marine sciences learning, using their waterfront for research and hands-on labs, marine services, boat building and repair, seamanship, hands-on learning in docking, navigation, underwater robotics, fishing industry, scuba diving certification. Skilled labor is an evolving marine industry. In Florida, it's home to $14 billion marine industry. It is, in order to meet that demand, they need to enter this maritime workforce. It's crucial for our children's forecast here is indicating the economic growth, and employers are going to be seeking skilled techs in the marine industry.
So ma'am,
Let's look.
I just wanted to ask, are you referring to the contract and the agreement that we have on the agenda?
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Let's look at the waterfront, okay, that King's Holding Marina. King's Holding will be Marina, they'll be doing the marina portion of it. And once we get on the waterfront, we have retail, residential, hotel, parking, convention center, marina with yachts, cruise, ferry connections, a dog park, a sculpture park, fountains, stage seatings. Where are the children in this? Okay, once we get our comprehensive plan done, we can address the more major issues to protect our children. But as for this evening, in reviewing this Marina Management Services Agreement, I see our children and jobs for our residents have been left out. This agreement should stipulate that this third-party Seven Kings Holding should commit to a certain amount of Riviera Beach jobs for locals, and also for training programs for our children of Riviera Beach. Seven Kings will be overseeing boat slips rentals, fuel sales, convenience store sales, and maintenance and repair, marketing. Please, demand that our children's future and jobs for our Riviera Beach citizens are protected in this agreement. Thank you.
Are there any questions in regards to Resolution 4826?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
what the resident said is something that a lot of people up here have been advocating for a long time.
Madam Chair, it's the microphones, not him speaking low. So we just need to get the microphones working, Walter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, what I said is that what the resident just said, many of us up here have been advocating for that for a long time. For local residents to have an opportunity to participate in an industry, to gain a skill that will allow them to live a productive life. I do agree with the resident. We should have some type of consideration in this agreement to allow locals who may already have skills and others who may need training in that area to participate in this industry. So I would hope that we would consider, is anybody here from Seven Kings? Madam Chair, I would move to table this until we have a discussion with somebody from Seven Kings.
Madam Chair, I don't know if that was a motion, but I did have the same question. I wanted to follow up with Seven Kings. Were they notified, Attorney? I'm sorry, Director Emmons?
I do not believe that they were notified about the special meeting tonight. We were asking just to move into negotiations tonight. versus presenting the final contract, which we want to come before the board at the second meeting in May with a contract because the current agreement expires May 31st.
So that was the question, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the actual organizers, I'm sorry, not the organizers, the party Seven Kings, who have they hired local? What does this look like? Because they're the current operator now at the marina. What type of job opportunities, resource? What are the community benefits? How can they provide resource and support to maybe the high schools to train up some of the young people in our community? So before we go into contract negotiations, I would also agree with Commissioner Guyton in regards to allowing them to come answer some questions, talk to what procurement department can actually do and provide for the services, and see what they're willing to do within negotiations. And if not, then go on to the next party. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair? Yeah, I second the motion. I assume the motion is to table it until the next meeting.
Yes, that is correct.
Madam Chair, if I may. This particular item before you is to authorize the selection of a negotiation committee. Would it be permissible for staff to have the conversations with Seven Kings to effectively, when they do come back before you all, they can outline basically some of the items that the board has articulated as it relates to its concerns? Because Director Ammons, correct me if I'm wrong, Seven Kings did provide notification that if there's not an agreement by June 1st, invariably they're going to walk away unless there's some extension that's provided for. So, we need some direction from the board. Would you like for staff to have a subsequent conversation with them and look to bring something here, probably your second meeting in May? Or does the board want us to bring back something that gives us an extension on the contract so we can have them come before you? You can give us clarity and direction. We can then go back and negotiate and then bring an item before you all, because we don't want to have a lapse in service with that particular contractor. And Director Ammons, I don't know if there's anything I misspoke or anything that needs to be added for the board's consideration.
Yes, go ahead.
CFO would be the correct person because the finance department manages the contract. But from a procedural perspective, we would like is the board's direction to either move into negotiations and have an opportunity to meet with Seven Kings to iron out the board's concerns and come back and have them addressed in a contract, or work with them to have an extension of the current contract because I believe Mr. Sherman did share that they have given notice if we don't have an agreement by June 1.
Madam Chair. What I would like to do is have a discussion with Seven Kings before we start negotiations. And the first meeting in May is enough time if we come to some type of agreement, a resolution, for you all to go back and meet that June 1st deadline. This is not no time-sensitive issue here. There are other good management companies out there as well. But if we can reach an agreement, then we move forward. If not, my point is they're not driving this train. We driving it.
Yes, sir.
We can table, there's a motion and a second to table this. We can table this into the first meeting in May. And at that time, I'm assuming that city administration procurement would have had conversations with the Seven Kings Holdings to be able to relay our concerns in regards to a contract with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. That will be the first meeting in May. A motion and a second for the tabling has been made. Any other questions in regards? Yes.
Table it or postpone it?
Whichever is appropriate. It seems like similar.
Postpone to that date?
Postpone to the May. Okay, you can minute to postpone it?
Postponing, yes.
All right, and so it'll be postponed to the meeting, which is May 6th. Your
Madam Chair?
second still stand?
Madam Chair, my second is with that.
Very good. Any other questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier. Councilperson Davis Penier. Okay. Thank you. Gaita.
Yes.
Chairperson Miller Anderson. Councilperson Dr. Spiritus.
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier. That's the unanimous vote.
Madam Chair, before we continue, I just want to acknowledge the mayor of Lake Park. Mayor Roger Machad is in the building, and I just want to say welcome to our city meeting and thank you for joining us tonight.
Who's the
Thank
mayor? All right.
Machad.
Madam Chair, we are discussing item 12C, discussion concerning extending contract with the Gaines Law Firm. Madam Chair, we have 2 public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
How many?
2.
Okay. Mr. Evans, you want to?
This time, if I can ask Attorney Tayson Gaines to come up to the podium and address the board.
Okay. Mr. Gaines?
Yes, good evening, Board. Chairperson Lanier, council members, mayor, city manager, city attorney, Tayson Gaines from the Gaines firm. I want to, your allowance, read in an email that was sent to this entire council regarding the status of this investigation. Thank you. Email reads, good afternoon and thank you, specifically Attorney Nguyen, for your April 23rd correspondence. I write respectfully both to clarify my position concerning investigative materials and to request support for a narrow procedural accommodation necessary to complete the process this council has authorized. First topic is the non-disclosure. Outset, neither the city manager nor undersigned counsel has refused, counsel being myself, has refused compliance with any lawful public records, obligations, or requests. The issue is in fact a narrow issue. The issue is whether compelled disclosure of interim investigative materials during a still open investigation and investigative process would compromise the due process rights, invade protected work product, prejudice affected employees, and impair the inquiry the council has commissioned. To the extent any prior communication created any uncertainty regarding the ongoing status of the investigation, I regret any lack of clarity, and wish to make the record clean and plain. This investigation remains active and is proceeding in good faith towards formal and final findings. Second topic, city attorney and mayor's outside counsel, establishment, observance, and enforcement of confidentiality during this active investigation. Respectfully, council members, the confidentiality position asserted in my email previously follows protocols that were previously established right here by this very same commission and applied by the city itself. As reflected in the April 3rd, 2024 council proceedings, this council recognized confidentiality attendant to the former mayor's investigation until completion. When Attorney Bridgman was introduced, City Attorney Nguyen advised and cautioned, quote, this investigation, or that investigation, excuse me, is ongoing. Attorney Shauna Bridgman is here to answer your questions because you know as much as she possibly can because the investigation is not complete, I don't know how much she can share. I'll let her handle that, and there's a request for additional funding to finance the investigation. That was the quote here when Attorney Bridgman brought the former mayor's investigation, confidential until complete. the observance of and caution on confidentiality of investigation at the council's meeting on April 2nd, 2024 was preceded by the clearly established and citywide confidentiality directive of February 2nd, 2024, through managerial staff. Attorney Bridgman herself stated on behalf of the former mayor, and with your concurrence, council members, prepared a draft memorandum directing its execution and distribution by City Manager Evans, which instructed in part, quote, "The investigation is confidential until it is completed. Therefore, you are directed to keep the investigation information confidential. You may not communicate with others regarding the A, existence of the investigation, B, the identity of any of the parties, including any complaining parties, responding parties, or witnesses, or C, any factual matters of which you are aware or become aware."
Madam Chair. Yeah, Attorney Nguyen, can you tell me whether or not this attorney has any authority to tell the city council what to do and what they can do and what they can't do pertaining to this investigation?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
it has been my position that he cannot.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, hold on a second. Are you finished, sir?
I'm not, thank you.
Go,
May I continue?
yes, go ahead.
Okay. This council properly followed the established protocol that this council set on March 14th, 2025, in a memorandum to councilperson Shirley Lanier, in which it explains the delay in my formal appointment. It was confirmed the propriety of following the same confidential process for the investigation as was conducted with the former mayor's investigation, affirming in part, and I quote, "I have no problem," I'm quoting Attorney Nguyen, "I have no problem entering into an agreement with the Gaines firm and with whom all 6 individuals have agreed to. Mr. Evans has stated that, quote, this matter should be handled in the same manner as the mayor's legal representation to ensure consistency and adherence to established processes. On this, I agree with Mr. Evans," close quote. Council members, I thank you. I appreciate you for your prior recognition of the importance of consistency with the process and with investigations as a whole. I respectfully seek the same continue here. Consistency in process is itself a component of fairness, particularly where reputational and employment interests have already been materially affected. For that reason, I am concerned that requests for interim production before completion departs from those previously acknowledged principles and risk prejudicing against a process intended to afford 6 adversely implicated employees a meaningful opportunity to be heard. I also note respectfully that requests directed into an active investigation process raise institutional considerations beyond ordinary records administration, including preservation of investigative independence and the charter's intended boundary between oversight, which is essential, and intrusion into ongoing administrative processes, which the charter seeks to avoid. I recognize and I respect Councilperson Guyton's stated concerns regarding responsiveness to employees and accountability. I do not question the sincerity of his statements. My concern is simply that those legitimate objectives be pursued through means consistent with the structure the charter and council has established and previously followed. Full due process does not preclude accountability. It strengthens the legitimacy of any accountability that follows. Third component, and I apologize, but I want to make sure this is clear in the record.
Okay.
Acknowledgement and commitment to appropriate public records disclosure. Nothing, I want to reiterate, nothing in my position, council, should be understood to be in conflict with any public records disclosure laws. This is about confidentiality and consistency with the Chapter 119 of the Charter, the Professional Service Agreement, and the applicable privileges and protections. What I cannot responsibly permit is a premature disclosure that may compromise pending findings. 2, impair due process afforded affected employees. 3, risking waiver of protected materials or create avoidable prejudice to the city's institutional interests. For those reasons, I respectfully maintain my objection to compelled interim production while the investigation remains incomplete. Lastly, a necessity of limited enlargement of time for completion of the investigation. Relatedly, and in the same spirit of orderly completion, I respectfully request that you support and the council ratifies a narrow completion extension of the contract permitting presentation of the report 2 business days following the medical clearance and participation by the remaining adversely implicated employee, followed by final appropriate preview by the designated beneficiaries. As you know, city manager has already exercised administrative discretion to accommodate this necessity. This request does not seek to reopen or prolong the process, but to provide the modest flexibility necessary to complete it fully and fairly. The accommodation would advance 3 shared objectives that we all have. First, completeness. It ensures no one is left unheard and the council receives a complete record. Second, protection. It avoids premature action on an incomplete record and reduces avoidable risk to the city. Third, credibility. It ensures the final report presented to this body is something the council and the public can rely upon with confidence. This request is not made for delay, it is made for completion. There is a meaningful difference. Indeed, I respectfully submit this is a win-win proposition. It preserves full opportunity for accountability while ensuring any action rests on a process whose fairness and completeness can withstand scrutiny. Proceeding 2 business days later with a complete record is respectfully preferable to proceeding now with a not fully heard participant and the record and reviews unfinished. To avoid unnecessary dispute and preserve an orderly record, I intend to proceed towards submission of the completed record through the mayor, council chairperson, and the clerk in the manner previously contemplated. I would welcome your support for this narrow accommodation and remain available to find in good faith a path that protects the transparency, fairness, and institutional integrity alike. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry,
I did have a quick comment because,
hold on a second, Mayor.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Guyton?
Madam Chair, I think you gave me a clearance earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to that point, I'm not sure, did we have any public comments? I did want to allow for the public to opine, but I guess the concern I have, Madam Chair, is that we did just have a 7 to 10 minute presentation by Attorney Gaines. Thank you for the disclosure, but this item was placed on the agenda by Councilman Guyton for discussion at our last meeting. I'm not sure who unilaterally made the decision to allow for Attorney Gaines to come and present, but we needed an update. But I think we would have been offered the courtesy of having Councilman Guyton lead the discussion, 1. 2, I'd also like for public comments because I have a list of questions as well. But because it is Councilman Guyton's item, I would like for public comment to go first and then yield to Councilman Guyton for his item.
Okay, and I agree to that, but let me clarify something. I did speak to Attorney Nguyen and asked her to have Mr. Gaines here because he's the only one that can answer the questions about the status of this case here, but he was requested to be here.
And follow up, Madam Chair. And I figured as much, and thank you, Attorney Gaines, for being here. My question was just in regards to the grace of allowing you to lead the item, being that this is the item you added at the last meeting, so that we could know that going to the meeting. We wouldn't know with the meeting just starting or with the item starting as is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, we were going to do public comment, I
Yes,
think.
we'll go to public comment.
The first speaker is Madeline Irving Mills, followed by Alicia Franks.
Madeline Irving Mills, Riviera Beach. Thank you, Mr. Gaines, for showing up. Thank you for being thorough. You restored the faith and the integrity of the due process for our legal system. There has been many concerns about this supposedly inquiry at first, then it became investigative, and then it became a punitive thing, trying to, I guess, discipline, for one, the city manager, for two, Ms. Jacobs, and all of the named parties. Sadly enough, that they were not given the opportunity to have their side heard, yet they were crucified in this particular report. It continues to show the one-sidedness and the divisiveness of previous boards and the current one. It loads my heart. I don't want to say load. It just vexes my spirit to know that these people get paid a salary from tax dollars, businesses and residents, and yet do what they want to do. I don't get my money back for anything, but you get to rape the residents. We get nothing. You don't listen to us. You don't hear us. So thank you, Attorney Gaines, for that presentation. Thank you, Mr. Guyton, for letting them come and speak, because it's sad enough that the report was one-sided. All of the hearsay. This is not a friends and family workplace. It is a workplace. It's a municipality. And as Ms. Penier said, we may not agree with everything you say. However, talk to the residents first. So I'm not saying that you don't. But I'm saying when you come to these reports, this was a bogus report. This lady got paid $60,000, one-sided. The other side needs to be heard. Then you make your decision. Not on hearsay, because you don't hear what we say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alicia Franks.
I agree. Bogus. Here goes. This is part 2 that I spoke about. I'm speaking on behalf of my sister, and all employees have experienced abuse under the power of this administration, but mostly about this investigation. Number one, there is no resolution that was ever signed for the $65,000 agreement. I have asked, I've submitted public records requests. It should be. Is that a misuse of taxpayers' dollars? Number 2, city manager needs to answer that one. Number 2, I have in this packet metadata that shows screenshots that were manipulated by private devices by outside parties before you ever saw it. This was a shadow deal drafted to bypass this council. Evidence shows Chairperson Lanier, the city manager, the assistant city manager using their private email accounts to coordinate the contract. My sister has provided you with copies of the emails and texts, providing the Taste Gaines refused to even respond to her. I'm speaking. I was there. I can speak. I'm speaking. I am speaking.
I would like to hear you. That's my issue. I would like for them to start you over so I can hear, because I have been distracted from the time you were down there speaking all the way here. And I'm really trying to hear her.
Oh.
Should I start over?
Hold on. Are you finished though? Okay, so can we hear her so that we're not distracted? Do you mind, please, Madam Chair? Do you mind?
No, go ahead.
Okay, come on, please.
I can speak on the mic then. We're having an issue with the microphones. I need you to wait until the person's speaking, and then when it's not rolling anymore, then you try to speak. We're having some issues with some of the mics.
Hello?
Dr. Spirit, you heard that? You see?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear now? All right. I agree, Ms. Madeline. Bogus. It is bogus. Again, I'm here to speak on behalf of my sister and dedicated city employees that have been experienced a systematic abuse of power of abuse by this administration. They have been silenced too long. Number one, the manager signing authority. He signed the contract and finalized it without a resolution. I submitted public records request. There's no resolution for $65,000 contract. In this packet, you will find metadata screenshots proving that the contract was manipulated by private devices, by outside parties before you ever saw it. Evidence shows Chairperson Lanier, the city manager Evans, assistant city manager used private email accounts to coordinate the professional services agreement with Mr. Tayson Gaines. I have also in this packet a scrubbed email that shows Mr. Gaines forwarding it, that scrubbed it, and it shows that it also shows an editing of a disbarred attorney, Mr. Jacob Rose, that edited the agreement. I ask you, counsel, this city doesn't deserve this, nor does my sister. That's why she does not want to speak. Imagine having the murderer investigate his own crime. A lady was asked to give her documents to the city manager. She agrees with the hostility. This whole investigation has allowed these employees to be beat up over and over. $65,000 you approved. Imagine. So I ask you, should this investigation go on? Did you also know, I ask you, that a lady be given rights to her office? She only has access to the bathroom and her office. I ask you to restore those as well. The hostility goes on and on and on. And I have documented proof. So with that, I do ask that Ms. Shirley Lanier not be allowed to vote on this matter. Also, I will be presenting to you, City Clerk, a packet of everything. I also will be presenting public records requests for the public. And integrity will win. I thank you so very much.
Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. I just wanted to say that maybe some people are not aware of what this issue is. This is a contract extension regarding the Gaines Law Firm. About 2 years ago, there was a mayor's report from the then Mayor Ronnie Felder. And it was a report that he spoke to 33 employees, excuse me, 33 employees, asking them about their workplace, asking them about what was happening in their workspace. The people that they were accusing of wrongdoing never had an opportunity to respond to any of it. The 33 people that were interviewed said things about different other employees. None of that information was ever shared with HR. It was never shared with their supervisors. So the city, myself included, said that the people who were affected, which were about 6 individuals who were listed prominently in that report, that there were 6 people that they needed to be able to have their voices heard because the accusations against them, Ms. Franks included, the accusations were, and as one resident said, bogus, but also too, it did not give these people an opportunity to defend themselves. And so what has happened is that this council said that, okay, because this whole report was not even geared towards a response from the accused, we would provide funding to make sure, excuse me, to make sure that the people who were named had an opportunity to defend themselves. That is what Mr. Gaines' law firm is doing. He is making sure that the people who were featured prominently in these in this report had the opportunity to defend themselves. And that is what this is about. This was something that not just Shirley Lanier, but it was a majority of the council who said that this should happen. The original report, I voted against it because there was nobody in that report for a rebuttal. This new report that's being conducted by Mr. Gaines is something that I did vote for so that people can get their voices heard. Now, the issue here is that there was one of the employees who was named did not have an opportunity to defend herself. So we extended the contract for her to be able to do that. Now, if that is something that this board is going to take up, then that is fine. But what needs to happen is that we have this discussion in regards to what this all means. And I think that we're talking about a 2-year-old report, and we're talking about a situation where we need to put this to bed. And in doing that, we give people an opportunity to defend themselves. Everybody who is accused of something has the right to defend themselves. And that is where we are with this particular report.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, it's
Okay,
Mr.
go
Guyton,
ahead.
and I'll come back to
Okay,
you. Commissioner Guyton.
We can't hear you.
Go ahead.
Testing. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do agree that a rebuttal should have been done in the first investigation. Anybody who was accused of anything should have had an opportunity to respond. What I don't agree with is to have every accusation that was made by 33 employees summarily dismissed as having no validity. All 33 people didn't lie. So we do need to identify maybe some embellishment somewhere, maybe some disgruntled, but all 33 did not lie. And my problem is that the city manager, who is one of the 6 that was accused of some things, he's part of the team that is doing the report. That's a conflict. He shouldn't be part of that team. He's one of the accused. And not only that, my name was mentioned tonight by Attorney Gaines. I did a public records request. Mr. Evans and Attorney Gaines refused my request. So I'm like, wait, slow your roll. This is public record here. So when he started talking about confidentiality, I went to the attorney to find out if the basis in this case actually falls under that particular statute, to see if I want to stay in line with the law. And Attorney Wynn, you didn't know I was going to call on you, but I need you to tell the people what you told me about that particular section that he's referencing.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
There were several sections referenced by Attorney Gaines when he was claiming exemptions to the public records law, which is what the law requires. If you make a public records request and the party who has the material, the information, the documents, if they don't believe that you're entitled to them, they have to cite the statute. The statute that he cited initially dealt with law enforcement and correctional officers. And so I pointed out to him that none of those 6 individuals fall within that category. None of them were law enforcement and correctional officers. And so he and I went back and forth a bit on different exemptions. And I continued to point out that most of them did not apply. The other rule with the public records is that if you believe that something is exempt, you're supposed to redact it and give what isn't exempt. And that has not been done.
So, Madam Chair, so I have a problem with, one, the city manager even working on this investigation, and he's one of the accused. Two, Mr. Gaines, after being told and identifying the law, and he could have refuted it, he wasn't able to refute it. So he switched over to what the protocol was. That's what he was talking about, protocol, that we did it this way before. I sent an email to him today. I said protocol does not supersede Florida statutes. In his contract, he is required to adhere to the public records law. If he had a legitimate reason, fine. He has not produced it. So he's not going to come here and throw around confidentiality as if somehow everybody's just going to eat it up and you can't. No. You need to be able to cite a specific statute that prohibits me, not because I'm a council person, from receiving the information. Another issue I got. The only person who has seen the information is Mr. Evans, who is one of the accused. The other 6, they were recently contacted. It's been a year. Matter of fact, it's past the year. And for this council not to have received any documents or data to substantiate paying invoices, we're being derelict. I'm trying to stay within the parameters of the law. I'm doing a public records request. I could have just said, hey, I want to see it. I'm a council person. And we the ones signed the contract. Mr. Evans didn't sign the contract. I mean, Mr. Evans signed the contract, but we allowed him to be one of the contact people. But the last thing, and I'm gonna get off of this, Mr. Evans does not have the authority to extend the contract. And I looked for it in the contract, but I couldn't find it. Is it somewhere in there, Attorney Gaines, where Mr. Evans has the authority to extend the contract? Could you cite it for me? Yeah, you, Mr. Gaines, yeah, you, the attorney, I'm sorry, Attorney Gaines.
Yes, if.
Yes, please. For the first thing, just cite the section where Mr. Evans has the authority to extend the contract. Wait, slow down, slow your roll. Talk up so the people can hear you.
I think an interpretation of the charter would be best determined by the city attorney. I'm not hired to do that.
Okay, good point. Attorney Nguyen, in your opinion, does Mr. Evans have the authority to extend this contract?
Yes, go ahead.
That was a no. So we have a lot going on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about. And they're wondering why, well, Bruce, why are you up there doing? Because I know a lot that you all don't know. He doesn't have the authority to extend the contract. I knew that. But for them to deny a public records request, not from just me, but I heard another young lady say she submitted one. We hired you to comply with the law. If it's against the law, don't do it. But you can't refuse, you and Mr. Evans, because he's trying to draft this narrative that he's going to be exonerated. He shouldn't even be involved. If you're an accused, you shouldn't be involved in any way whatsoever other than being interviewed. And then he refused a city council person for seeing what we paying for, the residents paying for. Now that is a bit much. So On that note, I'm gonna let, oh, one more thing. There was a mention about, there was not a resolution to even pay the attorney. Can somebody clarify that for me? Was there a resolution to pay the attorney? Mr. Gaines, Attorney Gaines, I'm sorry.
Yep. Madam Chair, if I may, just a couple of items with regards to this particular matter. With respect to my email correspondence, the email correspondence was that there was no issues with regards to administration extending the terms and conditions of the contract. I believe Mr. Gaines has attempted to come before this board, I think at least 2 or 3 occasions, and because of the late hour, as some of the meetings, has not had the opportunity to come before you all, and that, in essence, is why he's in front of you this evening, is to effectively look to get concurrence from the board to move forward with the extension of the contract. Furthermore, the terminology as it relates to accused, this particular report was intended to address the former mayor's report and the 6 persons that were targets or persons of interest as it relates to the report. So for the purposes of this report, nobody is referenced as the accused. It's the individuals that were adversely impacted as a result of the information that was contained in the report. The city council did authorize at a special meeting, I believe, authorization for this particular agreement with the Gaines Law Firm. There's nothing that requires you to adopt a resolution to effectively enter into any contract or agreements. Resolutions are merely the positions of the board, and it just, for record-keeping purposes, makes it easier for the purposes of following the agreements. No different than the item before you this evening concerning the city manager's contract. There's not a resolution on the agenda associated with, but it could possibly be a situation where the board considers action. So a resolution is not required for action for this board. So the item that's before you this evening is to effectively allow for the Gaines Law Firm to complete the investigation as soon as one of the individuals is cleared to return to work medically. Also, I do want to make it abundantly clear, both in the charter and in the code, the city manager does have investigatory authorities that are provided for, and all the employees fall under the purview and the responsibility of the city manager. So there is authority that's provided for. And in fact, it is greater authority that is provided for than when the mayor previously, not this mayor, the previous mayor, proceeded forward with a inquiry, then it was a climate survey, then it was an investigation. And so I have more authority and more rights pursuant to the charter and the code than the mayor has to participate in investigations, especially as a result to the workforce. And there is a specific provision in the charter that prohibits the interference in the day-to-day operations of the city. And so we want to make sure we want to make sure that this investigation is complete, that all the information that's contained in the report is provided to you all in a way that you can make a decision based on the information that was omitted from the previous report. There's tens of thousands of documents that have been reviewed. And so it can take 2 minutes to create an infraction, but it can take 2 years to adjudicate something. So it's not for lack of effort and work that's been done from the Gaines Law Firm. Madam Chair, that concludes my comments.
Wait, I'm not done. Wait, he wanted to respond to what I was saying. Huh?
Right.
Madam Chair.
Sir. Okay. Where
Madam
we go?
Chair, am I recognized?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
The city manager just articulated the problem that I've had.
No audience, please.
And let me say this, I respect everybody's opinion. People come to the meetings, they feel strongly about it. We have over 35,000 people in our community, and all of them are not represented here. I know some people think that they speak for everybody. They don't, and I understand that. And I have people stopping me in the stores, in the streets, just giving me their opinion. And they would never come here, but the people who come here think that their opinion supersedes everybody. You're not listening to the people. Yes, I am. I'm getting comments that are different from yours, and I'm listening to both. So let's bring it down a couple of notches that y'all represent everybody in the city. You don't. Now, wait,
Audience, please, I'm gonna have to have you removed. We've got to have order here if we're going to hear everyone. We're having problems with the microphones. We want to make sure that we hear everybody. Yes.
Okay, and my last point, Mr. Evans just said something that resonated with me and has been a thorn in my side since I got reelected. Mr. Evans just said that he has more authority, essentially, than the elected officials, administrative authority. He does not. He does not. But he really believes that, and that's the problem. 5 people, no, 5 people up here is responsible for everything in this city to include his actions. When he's not treating employees correctly and they sue the city, it falls on our shoulders. We are responsible for everything. So I don't want people to think that somehow he has all authority and we can't say anything to him because it'll be interference, and that's a whole bunch of BS. If nobody's overseeing him, he has the authority to do whatever he wants? No, 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 no. And that's what he thinks. Don't say anything or you're going to interfere. If we don't interfere, we get sued. Now we got to deal with it. Oversight, that's what we do. People don't understand that sometimes.
It's okay, come on, Madam Chair.
But I do. I'm not allowing him to do whatever he want to do, when he want to do it, how he want to do it.
Point of order. Can we stick to
Okay,
this?
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'm done. I'm done for the night.
Madam Chair. Okay, so.
But I do have a motion after we get done with the discussion.
Madam Chair, Ms. Nguyen, typically when we have reports in draft form, aren't they typically not allowed to be produced for public record? Is this not the same situation? Your mic is not on.
Hello? Is that better? Typically with HR investigations, you are correct. The issue is that Mr. Guyton made a public records request as a member of the council, and you all are the client. The client is always entitled to the documents.
Madam Chair, we have never gotten them before. And no, that has always been the case. I've been up here 11 years and we have never been able to get a draft report of an investigation. And this is well before Mr. Evans was here. This has been when every city manager has been here. If it is in draft, we have not gotten that.
In fact, the draft, there wasn't even the draft, that first report, we didn't even know it was even coming out until it was in people's mailboxes. So there was no draft, there was no anything with that. We never saw anything. We had no clue what was happening until that report was published. And then we figured out that this was about employees and some of their issues. We had no idea that that was happening. So there was no concessions for this board at the time to say, hey, we're going to do this report and it's going to include employees, what they had. None of that was told to us. It was just a report that was issued on a Saturday morning. So that's what happened on that tip. So I just really want to be clear about the fact that we are maybe 2-3 weeks out from getting a final report from this law firm, and then we can shut this down and move forward. Go ahead, Ms. Paneer.
A couple questions. So what is going to be the cost of extending this? Because, yeah, let me ask that.
I can't give you an exact number, Councilwoman.
Okay, that's enough. So there will be a cost. So that's my problem. Shame on us because I wasn't here in 2024, but shame on us for 2 years later still dealing with a situation that nothing that we don't have anything. What was done? What was Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
What was done with? I mean, what happened to the employees that were in the original report? Was there anything punitive? Anything that was done to those employees or with that information?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
if I may,
Mhm.
the 33 individuals that
Mhm.
participated, no, there was no punitive action as a result of their
Okay,
participating
Madam
in the
Chair,
report.
follow up. Follow.
But,
Okay.
but Madam Chair, as
Uh,
if you would like for me to, embellish on that, as a result of the information that has been collected, and again, Attorney Gaines is leading the investigation. I don't want to, communicate too much as it relates to the investigation. There are situations where some of the testimony is inconsistent with facts and data that will be provided to rebut those. And so it's not going to be a situation where it's, hearsay back and forth. There's actual documentation and data and different files that were looked at as a result of this particular investigatory report. But there was no disciplinary action. But there may be subsequent actions that the organization has to take. And I do want to.
Can you explain that? What do you mean?
Right. So there's some things that when we bring this report from before you all, we're going to have to get direction from you all on certain items.
Yes, go ahead.
My next question, when we get this information, what are we going to do from the six of you? Will there be punitive action against you? Or what are we going to get with this information once this report comes out?
Yes, go ahead. Oh, my mic.
Madam Chair, if I may. Yes, as a result of the information that's provided, we're going to ask for direction from the board. How do you wish to proceed on certain items that are contained in that report? So this report that is currently going on at this particular moment.
Madam Chair, so I guess my issue is that we got information on these 33 employees. And I wish you had used your investigative, the fact that you have that power. I wish you had used a little bit more to kind of delve into what the 33 original complaints were, just like we're doing for the six. And my question, and I still have a concern because why is it 1 year to interview 6 people to get information from 6 people when we got information from 33? What is the holdup? And I heard you say that he wasn't able to present a few times. This thing was on the agenda many times, and right before the meeting, it got taken off because there was no report or there's no this. So it wasn't just that we weren't giving him time. It was being removed from the agenda. I don't know. I'm not the chair, so I don't know it, or the city man. I'm not the city manager, so I don't know who was taken off. But seems like every other month it was on the agenda, then snatched off because we didn't have information. So why we are a year and a month into this, and we are just trying to interview somebody who is now on FMLA. When did she leave on FMLA?
Madam Chair, if I may. I don't think we should speak on
Okay,
somebody's.
no problem.
But I do want to address some of the comments that were made by the city council person. So when this particular investigation started, and Ms. Nguyen, correct me if I'm wrong, it went under the auspice of the city manager's signing authority. And I provided for, yes, Ms. Nguyen, I believe the original contract was under the $25,000, and then we had subsequent actions that came before.
When you say the original, you mean Mayor Felders?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So I assisted in facilitating that because it was something that the mayor was moving forward with. In addition to, I asked the mayor prior to the report, can you please provide the names of the individuals that have complained? He refused to provide me with the names. So I could not have conversations with persons I did not know. Additionally, as a result of the investigation, I'm the one that sent out the letter to provide for the protections that were talked about in the original report to give first persons to come forward with regards to the investigation. So the intent was to do everything to facilitate that particular process. At no time until the report was furnished or published did we know who or what, or that there was a target that was identified as a result of that. Because certainly, if there was situations throughout the process, we would have intervened and we would have said, okay, we're going to assist. And then the last thing I leave the board with, could you imagine that if I would have said to the former mayor, please make all your documents and your information available for public consumption before the conclusion of the investigation, what would have happened as a result of that? That would erode the confidence and the ability for the investigation to move forward. All what is being requested is the same courtesies that were afforded to allow for the investigation to be completed without the interference or involvement of outside parties. That's it.
But Madam Chair, but it's at a cost. And again, why wasn't this done in the time allotted? We gave a certain period of time and then we gave an extension, and now we're giving another extension for us to have still absolutely nothing to even know what he's coming up with. And I get it, and I want everybody to have fair chance, which is why when the resident says, well, it was bogus, okay, well, we gave money and approved money for them to do get their own attorney and and do their own report and things of that nature. So we're supporting both sides. Nobody's picking and choosing. Everybody's getting a fair shot. But again, we're a year and a quarter in, and my understanding is interviews just started taking place with people. So there was nothing to report. That's not. I don't know. Somebody should have hired a different attorney or something. I don't know. Don't say that. Hello.
Madam Chair? Okay. Attorney Nguyen, or maybe the city manager can answer this. How much money was spent on the original investigation by the mayor?
Madam Chair, $65,000.
And can you tell me how long that investigation took?
Madam Chair, if I may. The investigation, I believe, started on December of 23 and was published on July of 24, and then November of that same year was when persons were afforded the opportunity to come forward associated with that. So if you take from the inception all the way, it's roughly about a year from when the report to when individuals were afforded, I believe in November, the opportunity to come forward and provide their testimony after the report had been published.
Yes, go ahead.
Getting anything? Oh, basically, it took the same amount of time. It actually is taking longer right now for the response that we approved. Now, I was the vote, I believe, that approved this $60-some-odd-thousand. We were supposed to get reports. We were supposed to get this done in a timely fashion. That is clearly not what happened here. This could go on forever. We have no time periods, no nothing really. We were supposed to get a report a while ago. We never got the report. And as my colleague said, this has been on the agenda numerous times for extensions or reports, and it always gets taken off. Now here we are today asking for another extension and more money. I just find that hard to accept right at this point, since we haven't received anything.
Mine, mine is on. Take this.
When we say we did not get a report, are we just saying like a status check? Because, I mean, you're not saying that we're supposed to be being told what was going on within the report
No,
periodically.
Madam Chair, I believe the agreement, when we had this discussion, we were supposed to get a report by a certain time period, an update on what was going on, an actual report. And we never received it.
Well, I would imagine because all of like, we're still waiting on the one interview, we can't get the report until it's finalized. And the thing is with the other report, as Councilwoman Lanier, Chair Lanier just stated, we weren't aware of anything about the first report at all. So I mean, I think we're doing a little bit better than we did before because we got nothing for that and it just popped up that Saturday morning. So again, when we have, typically, as Attorney Nguyen just stated, when there's an investigation going on, we have never been privy to anything in the investigation until it has been finalized. And I've been here for a lot of investigations since 2015. And even when Mr. Evans wasn't here, when I had the other city managers, nothing was ever provided before it was finished. So I don't know how all of a sudden now we're being told that we can get bits and pieces of it. It just doesn't even make sense because if you provide part of that investigation to people, you know everything we get, it is going to be in the community. And it just, that doesn't even make sense when you're doing an investigation for people to be able to interfere with it. Because, I mean, for lack of a better word, and I think that's the perfect word, is interference. And that is what would happen if we provided part of the investigation. That doesn't even make sense. It
Madam
doesn't
Chair.
make sense at all.
Madam Chair, I hear all of that, and I didn't ask for a report. I asked for it to be finished in a timely manner. So since we're here, when were the first interviews held? Because again, I'm not hearing about the information coming in bits and pieces. Why has it taken this long? And can you tell me when you did the first interview?
Madam Chair, may I address that, please? Okay, yes, thank you. Councilwoman Paneer, unfortunately, I can't tell you when I did my work. That would breach confidentiality. But what I can tell you is this. This is what I can tell you. I met with everyone at the origination of this contract, and we have worked this investigation to the standards of any other investigatory authority. Same standards apply. Confidentiality was in the contract for a reason, to protect not just the council, but to protect the aggrieved individuals. So if I start disclosing any piece of that, it infringes the fact integrity that the council wanted to protect. I'll secondly note, it's only one person with one independent issue that has to be protected. If the council chooses to go past that, the council can put the city itself at risk for liability. So that determination was made to not just protect the 6 individuals that are within the contract, but that was also made to protect the city from liability exposures.
We have a situation where we're looking now, Attorney Gaines, for a completion date. Give us a timeline here. We need to be able to move on. This is taking us an hour to discuss. It is getting us nowhere in a sense that we need to know when is this completion going to happen.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
The report and its completion can be comprised within 48 hours of us finalizing the last investigatory interview. Now, it will appear just from that statement that we could present it in piecemeal, but that would disenfranchise everyone. So it needs to be comprehensive, presented all at one time, but the vast majority of the work has been done. It's one outlying individual. We have to respect that individual's rights the same way we respect everyone else's rights. So that's all it is.
Madam Chair, this is really crazy. If there's one person out on FMLA, one would think we'll separate that person. This council wants some type of evidence that you've been doing what we've been paying you to do. Set that person to the side and give us the others. Well, let me ask Attorney Wynn, is that a legitimate move? Is that a...
Madam Chair, that's difficult for me to state because I don't know anything about the investigation. And Attorney Gaines has stated that he believes, I mean, he knows the information. And if he's saying that it affects the others and that it could compromise the investigation, then I have to take him at his word.
Okay, and Madam Chair, one last issue I want to point out. Why hasn't our attorney been involved and it's only been Mr. Evans?
Sure. Can I address that, please,
Yes,
Madam Chair?
go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to address this, Councilman Guyton. I'll refer you to paragraph 20 of the contract of the professional services agreement. It defines my role, my scope here, and I'll read it. It says, the consultant shall comply, to your point, Councilman Guyton, with the Florida Public Records Act, Chapter 119, Florida
You're
statute.
not doing that now, but go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
And if determined to be acting on behalf of the city, provided under section 1.9.0012, Florida statute.
Your mic is not on.
I'm sorry, can you hear me? Okay. This is the contract stating that the parties specifically agree to subsection A, keep and maintain public records required by the consultant to perform the service. That's my responsibility. Subsection 2, upon the request from the City of Riviera Beach custodian of public records or designee, I am to provide the City of Riviera Beach with a copy of the requested records or allow the records to be inspected or copied within a reasonable time. The issue here, Councilman Guyton, with all due respect, is my understanding is the City of Riviera Beach custodian of public records would be the clerk, and I don't believe you've been designated. If these were public records, it's my contention simply that these are not public records until the investigation is complete. So there's two phases. The confidentiality until completion. At that time, it becomes public record. We have no issue turning them over. Madam City Attorney was not involved, and that was specifically designed contractually for my relationship to be through the city attorney, the city manager's office, not the city attorney. And I'll also point out that it's not, I don't have an attorney-client privilege with the city itself. I have an attorney.
Wait.
Let me finish. It's in the contract. I'm a consultant for the city. I don't have an attorney-client privilege with the city. And that was done with the consent of the city and the city attorney to protect the individual. So it's not an evasive tactic. This was designed from the beginning to protect the integrity of it.
Okay, let me clarify that, Madam Chair. So you're telling me that you don't have a contract with the city?
I have a contract with the city. The city is not, I don't have an attorney-client privilege with the city. So to the point that you were making earlier about you're the client, I should turn over the information to you. What I'm saying is there's a technical difference here where in fact it's through the city manager's office. I am just a consultant for the city. I am not a hired attorney with attorney-client privilege to the city. And I'll allow Madam City Attorney to address the differences.
Please explain that one to me.
Hello? Okay. When the motion was made to retain the services of the Gaines firm, the motion was that the contract be administered through the city manager's office. That effectively, to answer your question, Mr. Guyton, omitted me from the process. And so Mr. Evans is the person that was designated in the motion to work with, or his office, through the city manager's office to work with Mr. Gaines. And that is what has been happening. I did want to, while I have the microphone, state one thing, and that is that I know, I think one of you, I can't remember who, asked Mr. Gaines how much the additional work that he has to do or to finalize this was going to cost, Ms. Davis Pinnier. There is, and you may need a motion from the council on this, about $5,000, and the manager can correct me, left on that contract. And I don't know if that amount is sufficient or what the pleasure of the board is or what the recommendation of the city manager is.
Madam Chair, if I may, I can turn that part over to Attorney Gaines.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we can complete the investigation within the budget that's already been allotted.
Okay, well, let's go. Mhm.
Going on with these things tonight. Thank you, Attorney Gaines. What we can do is, at our first meeting in May, could you please come back with an update for this board?
Wait, what entail? What is it gonna entail? Is it gonna be the same back and forth, or is he gonna
No,
have a report? What?
It is not a, it is an update that where we are with this report. We don't have to go back and forth. I think we've done that enough tonight. So, yes, ma'am.
Attorney Gaines is able to do the completion of the report and stay within the budget. Can we put that in writing and then he can have the time he needs?
And we need to know how long that's
Madam Chair. Okay, Attorney Gaines, can you tell me, do you have a date set to meet with this witness that you're waiting for? We can't hear you, right? We can't hear you. You gotta put him into this. Say.
Okay, y'all. Let's go through. Just period. Yeah. I think that we have gotten most of the microphones working. Hopefully we can hear each other. Where were we? This is 4/27/2026. The time is 8:25. We are resuming our special city council meeting. We were having you to answer questions, Attorney Gaines. And what was it in reference to?
The last I was speaking on, Madam Chair, is in reference to the terms of the contract. I was referencing paragraph 20. If it would appease the council, I would like to read in paragraph 7 as well. I think it could add some additional clarity to some of the issues that the council persons have addressed.
I think that where we are here now is that we just need a timeline. I think everybody is on the same page about where we are, and you said that you can stay within the budget, that we can have a timeline so that you can come back to us and let us know where we are.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
And that was a follow-up to that. It was one question in reference to the timeline. There is an employee that we're waiting on, but in the event the employee does not return or does not return from FMLA or whatever the status is, and we can never actually get to that point, what does that timeline look like, and what does the report look like if we can't actually interview the employee?
Right, well, and in that case, that would be left to the council's decision because the contract calls for all 6 individuals to be represented. I'll emphasize the importance of due process and the right to be heard, which is really the foundation of what all of this is about. And so to minimize or to step around even one person's right to be heard and her access to due process would infringe upon the entire integrity of the report and the investigation itself. So that's why we're asking for pause. If it is that the council wants to find another direction, that is well within the purview, but I wouldn't recommend it myself.
And thank you, follow, Madam Chair.
Yes, go
And
ahead.
the reason we're here tonight is because we've been waiting on this report for a while now, and due process is necessary. So based upon us not having a clear timeline, I think we need to move on from this discussion as of tonight. To complete the report, you can do it within budget, Attorney Gaines, and once the employee does give us clearance to finish the interview, we'll do that. But this is a discussion item, board, so I don't think we need any.
Wait, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
We don't.
Let me let the mayor finish.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
We don't need any direction tonight. We just need to proceed with the next steps. The second question is, their formal process of the extension. We've addressed that. This extension needs to actually be voted on from the board, I believe. Just to be clear, I know Mr. Evans did direct or say that we could extend the process, but Attorney Nguyen, do we have to take a motion to extend the process and extend Attorney Gaines' contract?
I would recommend that.
Okay, so we only have one additional item. So board, I think we've kind of talked in length about this. We should move forward with extending the contract, complete the report, and get the report finalized so we can put this behind us, and then we can take action once we have a complete report. Because we've been going back and forth with the details for about an hour and a half.
Yes,
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
it is important that if he doesn't have a timeline, we give him a timeline. We cannot continue to wait until the time is right and we don't know when that person is coming back. We need to give him a timeline, and that timeline would be the end. Personally, I don't really want to extend the contract. That's my opinion.
I think that the giving the individual, I don't know, I'm not sure when the individual who's in question is going to come back to the city. I think that 30 days is reasonable. I think that in 30 days, you have to let us know where we are. I mean, and if
Madam
not,
Chair.
and hold on. I think that what needs to happen is that if it is not anything barring legal FMLA, whatever the case may be, if it's not anything that has to do with that, that we need to come back in 30 days. And I don't want you to not speak to the individual because that is within their right to be able to be heard. But I don't want to make it where we're just waiting till infinity to be able to wrap this up. So I think that 30 days is reasonable for you to come back and let us know where we are, and hopefully that we will have a report to review at that time.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
we should be more specific, not come back with an update. Come back with the report.
I said report.
No, you said with an update.
Madam Chair?
I said with an update and hopefully a report, but we can do that
Well,
as
we
well.
need to tell him, come back with a report.
Madam
That's
Chair?
what I'm saying. We
Yes,
have to
go ahead.
be,
Okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we extend Attorney Gaines' contract for 30 days, and that we be given a report in 30 days with or without all 6 of the people that he's representing.
second.
With with no more money, using the existing $5,000
Yeah,
balance that you have on the contract.
I'll second that.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, before you take the vote, is that an extension of 30 days from the expiration of the contract or 30 days from today?
30 days from today.
Thank you.
And I think also too, it needs to be said that if there is something that is in the way of that 30 days, meaning that the person, whatever the legal is in regards to that, that we know sooner rather than later where we are with that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
No, I think he's got to give us a report in 30 days, with or without the 6 people that he's representing.
I can't agree to that because if say for instance the person who is out and the person has not come back yet, we need to know that sooner rather than later because we cannot move forward with the report and exclude that person because we'll be sued because they are out on medical leave. So we need to be clear about the fact that we can do 30 days, but if that does not seem doable because the individual has not come back to work, then we need to know that sooner rather than later.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
the same way we're doing an amendment to this report now, we can do that when and if the employee comes back. So at that time, I think that we need to close this out within 30 days. And if the employee chooses after 30 days, we have to set a clear timeline and not just kind of leave gray area. So I think 30 days is sufficient, Madam Chair.
yes, very good. Are we in agreement?
I'm sure I made a motion.
Yes,
I second
there,
it.
there was a second from,
Second.
Commissioner Guyton. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Pinnier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
We're gonna move into our public comment section now.
Okay, wait, Madam Chair. One thing. The original report that hasn't been investigated since July 24th, 2024, we need to put that on agenda not to have staff to investigate it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust that move. But we need to hire somebody who's not affiliated with the city. These people have been waiting for almost 2 years. And it's high time that we show them some level of respect, that their concerns are also important. Not tonight, maybe next meeting, but yes, their claims need to be investigated, which hasn't been done.
That was,
They weren't investigated,
Um,
they were just told what happened, but nobody actually investigated for validity.
You can-
Is it
you
true
can-
what they saying? No, we
It
didn't go
was-
that far.
Okay, very good, sir. We will move to public comment. Thank you. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 PM unless there's no further business of the city council, which in that event, it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded the city council board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the city council chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have?
Madam Chair, we have 21 public comment cards. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
21 public comment cards. Could you please call the first three?
Yes, ma'am. The first speaker is Jimmy Coffer, followed by Annette Dragon and John Miller.
Good evening, Jimmy Cove of Riviera Beach. I think Jonathan Evans has done an outstanding job with all he's been given to do it. So at the last regular city council meeting, Mr. Guyton made a big point of, I requested that you came up with a mechanism to fund the water bills for the people in Riviera Beach, because our water bills are going to go up that don't have that money, and you didn't do that. Well, Mr. Guyton knows, just like I know, for the last 10 years, there is a process already set up in this city for people that can't pay their water bills, they have problems with utility bills. The problem is it's not been funded. The point of that was all to try to embarrass Jonathan Evans that he's not doing a good job. And the fact is he is doing a good job. So what was the real reason of why Mr. Guyton brought that up? Well, the real reason is he wants to go back to the days of making the city of Riviera Beach nothing more than a welfare pot for the family and friends of people that are elected officials. It's simple as that. It's family, you would not believe it's that is. Mr. Evans and several heads of the HR have gone through and have turned this into a pretty good workforce for what our city is doing. And he's had a heck of a time trying to get rid of the deadwood. So I've got a perfect solution for you. Each individual council member, just give me 5 names. We'll just turn those names into Mr. Evans. We'll pay them each $100,000 a year. With the stipulation they never come to work. That's a mere $2.5 million. $2.5 million of corruption in Riviera Beach is nothing. I don't even think WPTV would come over and watch it for $2.5 million. So let's just get to the point of this is don't go back to the old days where all we have is less than quality workers, friends and family of elected officials working for our city.
The next public speaker is Annette Dragon, followed by John Miller and Captain Robert Silver.
Hello again. Well, it's noticeable that Mr. Guyton is not sitting in the room again. Ah, he's back.
Please, audience.
As are the mayor.
It's very difficult to hear.
Okay, I got a shopping list here, but the first thing I would like to say is that I think that anybody who is involved in property development should recuse themselves from voting on any development in Riviera Beach. I believe it's a conflict of interest, and I think that it's wrong. Secondly, is the FBI still investigating? I haven't heard anything more about that for a couple of months now. Be nice to know what's going on. Then I'd like to also address the city clerk. About a month ago, I put in 2 requests for job specs and annual evaluations of an assortment of city employees. As yet, I haven't seen anything, and I would like to know what takes so long to attach a few PDFs to an email. But coming back to developers recusing themselves, to me, I wouldn't sit on a council board if I had the remotest possibility of making a profit from a vote. How many of you are involved in property development? How many of you want to see the city ruined as a result of high rises all over Broadway, all over Singer Island and elsewhere? And of course, I don't see any development going on further west. Not that I'm saying that it should, but there's dozens of spaces that the city owns that could be developed. Why don't we see some of those being developed? Thank you.
The next speaker is John Miller, followed by Captain Robert Silva and Erica Davis.
John Miller, Riviera Beach. First, I want to just, Shirley, you're right about the money. In other words, is have to put your own money up and all that. But I don't know that much about the law, but I do know the phrase public defender. So why can't we just get public defenders and let them, in other words, work for you? Listen, I'm going to holler in here. Public defender, that's first, all right? You can get public defenders. I'd have to ask the chief if you can and you can't, but I think that you can. So try to go that route, period. The next thing is same thing as conflict of interest. Is anybody going to run with this or no? I worked construction all my life, and I worked my way up to become project manager. Last job for 3 years, $200 million project. No way in the world can you be hooked in with the contractor anyway, developer, whatever, and me be involved in giving the job out. Because it's a conflict of interest. And what happens is that you might not even know it, but if you're friends with somebody, because you've been a developer, and if you're going to be, you can be a developer, all you want. Just recuse yourself from the $1.5 billion of projects that are going on in the city, period. Last thing, Jonathan. I don't even know why we're here over this. This is ridiculous, but this happened 7 years ago, and I can tell you what happened. You fired him. 3 people fired him. Why? Because they didn't like what he did. He wouldn't approve what they wanted all the time. Well, isn't that too bad? I had 200 men on the job. I had to fire guys that didn't do their job. He should be firing more people, and then he'd have more control. Period. It's ridiculous. He's the guy that's watching the store. You may not think so, but look around. He's done a good job. He's moved the city forward. Some of 3 of it, any of you guys, obviously you voted to have this meeting tonight, and you threw that on the agenda. I can tell you this much. If you fire him tonight, I can guarantee at least my district, I'll work everything I can to remove our representative from there, which would be Mr. Spiritus. He's gone. And I did it on a broken hip. I'll be out there hobbling around on a cane, but I'll get everybody to get him out of there because we like Mr. Evans as the manager. Thank you.
The next speaker is Captain Robert Silva, followed by Erica Davis and Rochelle Hughes.
Good evening, residents, council, Mr. Mayor. My name's Captain Robert Silva. I am a citizen here, and I've been here for 40 years. What I've been seeing beneath the surface tonight is unbelievable. Let me tell you about what I see above the surface. I was attending the 4 months, once a week, I was attending the Leadership Academy. And it was an enlightening thing where we went and visited many, many divisions of this city. Police Department, Mr. Coleman, Chief Coleman, unbelievable. Thank you for everything you do and your staff. They're unbelievable. I couldn't believe how much passion they gave us and what they explained. The fire department, the same way, the water department, and I'll tell you what, I'm just in love with the library, what Mr. Brody's done in all these years. He deserves a lot of credit, and we need to get our youth involved a lot more. But in the one thing I'm telling you, I never saw a representative show up to any of these meetings. You are leadership here. You should be leading us. You should be coming in. Mr. Jonathan here, Evans, was there almost every night with his passion, his staff, giving it all to us and explaining it. I think you should take a little leadership and see what he does. I am a very good observer of what happens. I've run ships all my life for 40 years, and I'm seeing how he handles this ship. Drive it in the right direction, keep it afloat, keep it above also, and take the beauty that's underneath it. And I thank you for that.
The next speaker is Erica Davis, followed by Rochelle Hughes and Lloyd Brown.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. First of all, we've had this before with District 1 trying to tell the attorney what to do, trying to tell the city manager what to do. He wants to be the city manager, the attorney, and everything. You need to stay in your place because, first of all, you're in my district and you don't represent me. You don't represent anybody. We don't even see you. You don't even have a town hall meeting. You don't even have any activities, events going on. And you're talking about what somebody's doing, you're a derelict of your job and your duties. And I'm getting sick and tired of you coming up here trying to paint this man as if he's a monster. The man has degrees up and down in this field, and he knows what he's doing. But you try to do anything you can to make this man look like a mean-spirited idiot. He knows his job. You sit up here and you tell all the lies that you can tell. In an investigation, you don't bring it before public. After the investigation, it's a public record. Now, if we ask the FBI what they're doing in your investigation, you would be highly upset. You are one ignorant man, and I cannot wait. I hate that I trusted you. And the reason why we didn't get anything done when you were in office is because of the same reason what you're doing right now. You don't know your job. You think you're smarter than everybody else, but you're not. And no, I don't represent everybody, but I represent the majority, and I think our record speaks for itself. So, while you're being so vicious and trying to aim to fire Mr. Evans, trust me, you're getting your vocal pink slips right now. You fire Mr. Evans, you're out of here shortly after.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes, followed by Lloyd Brown and Fannie Lozman.
Hello, Rochelle Hughes. Hello, everybody. So, for this public comment, I want to talk about the Marina element number 7. I know it hasn't been brought before you in regards to the zoning request change, the exception. I really hope we do not give them the exception and you allow 2 20-story towers to be built right out here. I would love to see it kept at what it's zoned for. And also have the architecture be more Florida. I'm seeing way too many New York City, Chicago buildings going up. What happened to our Florida architecture? Let's keep some of Florida alive. We're not getting that. I'm sure the building going up now is not going to look anything like Florida. So that's my one thing on that. The other thing I want to also talk about is we are now becoming, with a lot of this stuff going on, again, a city in turmoil and a city of corruption. As we see news reports and people talking and this and that, and there's, backdoor deals or whatever. I don't want to see that again. We already lived through that. We need to be a united city and come together. And it starts with all of you sitting up there and the leadership to bring our city together. Don't tear it apart. And that's what's going on. You guys are tearing us apart. And people are picking sides. We don't need that. Stay on track to how we were on track for a little bit, people. We really were. And all of a sudden, now it's a chaos. So, yeah, I don't think we like that, being called the city of turmoil or the city of corruption. And I do agree, if you're in development or even in real estate, you shouldn't be able to vote on things that have to do with development. Because if you do, and then you're off the dais, and then all of a sudden you're making money off the developments that you approved. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. So anyways, those are just my comments for right now. Thanks.
The next speaker is Lloyd Brown, followed by Fane Lozman and William Wiley.
Oh, you say, wait a second? All right. Did you say that, or my hearing getting bad?
You can go.
Oh, I can go? Okay. You know what I want to talk about? Let me tell you something. I called up these people and I asked them about the sunshine law. So the man said, I'll tell you what. He gave me a place where I can go to and I can find out. And you know one thing it says? These people up here, you cannot get up. If y'all gonna vote on something later, you cannot get up out of your seat and walk down to another person, not even you, Mayor, to another person and discuss anything. You know why? Why you can't do this? Because prohibition of private communication, you can't do that. The law applies to any exchange of views, written or verbally, electronic, between officials who belong to the same board. Even if it's just two members, like two of y'all can't just go off and start talking about it. And then preventing backroom deals, the purpose is for that is the public officials from making decisions, shaping their opinions outside the public eye. And that's what y'all do. Every time we get in here and it's a public comment, two people will leave. They only come back. See, they didn't know that I was going to be so far down where I at. So I'm just going to throw this away and tell you, Lawson, what you was telling me about the job place over there. I went to the man before you started over there, and I'm not even the mayor. I asked him, have the mayor ever come over to this workforce? And you lied the other week, talking about, oh, I've been over there, I got a man out here. Well, where are the people you got? Bring them in, the workforce people you said that you went over there and talked to. And don't talk when I leave. Let the other person talk. It's not you can't come back and talk to me. I can talk to you as much as I want to. And then Shirley, when you see them people walking back and forth and talking to each other, you should say something. You know that's against the sunshine law, but they are your partners. So you ain't gonna say nothing. And let me tell you what, Miami Heat didn't win. You know why? Because the coaches couldn't get together. The team couldn't get together. Same way with Riviera Beach. Y'all can't get together, so we're not gonna win. And I mean, whatever the FBI doing, hey, look, FBI out there, all you got to do is come in here and go through these meetings where they voted, and you'll see where these individuals get up and walk back and forth. And I tell you like this, y'all did what y'all did. Y'all did wrong. You probably got fat pockets. I'm ready to go home.
The next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by William Wiley and Cindy March.
Thane, Lozman, Singer Island. I don't agree with Guyton probably on anything, but I do agree with them that there's a problem with the city manager. And I'm going to give you another perspective that the five of you are unaware of. The city manager and the city attorney are usurping the authority of this board. You are the five final policymakers. That's a technical term who govern the city. Evans is not a policymaker, and Don Wynn is not a policymaker. But yet they have engaged in policy decisions involving me and other residents in Singer Island where they've usurped, they've taken away your authority by making decisions that impact this city. One decision they've made is they decided to change the city boundaries in Singer Island. They just said, we don't like the boundaries because we're trying to shrink the properties of undeveloped land on the northwest side of Singer Island. So they went and hired a surveyor without permission from the board, paid GCY, George Chappie Young, $75,000 to come back and say, you know, when they surveyed the city in 1915, they did it wrong. They put a wrong marker in there. Even though the state said it's the correct marker, the county does, and even the city did back in 1969, they decided that we're going to change it because Botel has been screwing with me ever since she took office when I had Governor DeSantis reprimand and sanction her for misconduct. These two here, right here, they constantly do something to screw with me and other residents on Singer Island. Without the permission from the board, he reached out at Botel's request to Colonel Kelly, who is the commander up in Jacksonville for the Army Corps of Engineers, encouraging him to take action against me over my floating home. The only reason they did that action, they couldn't do it the first time he was around because President Trump was in office. So they waited for President Biden to be elected, and then they took action against me. Why didn't they do it when President Trump was around? President Trump told Joyce Kaufman, WFTL 850 AM, that he wanted to build floating homes with me on Singer Island because he had built everything else. So they waited until Trump was out of office, and then he went and dealt with Kelly to target me on the Rivers and Harbors Act. What they didn't tell them, the colonel up there, is that there is a harbor line for Singer Island, the bulkhead line that all the houses to the south are built. The Rivers and Harbors Act does not apply to my property, and that's a battle that's going to be going on shortly. Why did they cover it up? These two have usurped your authority when it comes to me, and Evans has no integrity. Evan, when he was fired, he said, give me $190,000 and I won't come back to the city. He came back to the city, which is okay, but he didn't get back the $190,000. Then during the pandemic, he paid himself $400,000 and said, oh, well, I didn't know I couldn't pay myself a contract. He needed to come to you first before he paid himself $400,000, and he needs to get back the $190,000 because he breached the agreement.
Thank you. The next speaker is William Wiley, followed by Cindy March and Madeline Irving. William Wiley, Cindy March, Madeline Irving, and Margaret Shepard.
Good evening, Council. I'm not going to elaborate on this too long, but if that had been me, every police would have been putting handcuffs on me. Lanier, you got to do better with your decorum. You got to do better because it's not fair to all of us. We can agree and disagree, but let me say this. I don't like a person that throw rocks and hide their hand. Because, Shaman, you and Lanier, the one, had the city to spend over $1 million to keep from paying $60,000 for a lawsuit. So every time somebody want to speak about Evans or speaking against Evans, y'all want to shield this man. Y'all all need to ask yourself, what if it was me in a predicament of these 30-something employees? I don't care if you take 10 of them out the equation. You still got the other 20-something. I'm not lying. You all need to finish this investigation. It's time for Evans to go. You all edited that $190,000. Y'all added to that contract. Y'all really miscombobulated that contract. He should have paid at least $190,000 back. More respect to you, Evans. I don't like the way they fired you the first time. And I can sit here and be a woman and tell you that because it's not what you do, it's how you do it. But you have not been good to all of us. I have asked you over and over, go pull up public records. I asked Mr. Evans plenty times for a meeting, plenty times. I can calm myself down. I can humble me. But can he humble him? You all taking power over the people. And for you all to come up here and talk about who you all gonna recall, some of you all need to recall yourself. You're a crackhead.
Hey.
No, ain't no hey, because she started it. She started it, Miss Lanier. She started it, okay?
We don't have any comments from the audience, please.
But thank you. And put my 2 seconds back on the clock like you do everybody else, please.
Let's go.
And let me go ahead, since I was so rudely interrupted, however this vote go tonight, whoever be the city manager, whether it be Evans or somebody else, we need somebody here gonna work for the people and not worry about their power. Y'all talking about Glenn Spears. He's not up there for no money. One thing I can say, he came on the west side. When we got a problem, he comes on the west side. You need to put her out of here.
And we cannot have any comments from the audience, please. This is the last warning.
And now give me 5 more seconds on the clock, please. Thank you. Before I was rudely interrupted again, let me finish. I'm not trying to protect nobody up there to stay in their seat, because if that seat for you, if that position for you, you're going to stay there. But it's a God. It's a God. You all have to treat people the way you want to be treated. Every time I go in a store, these employees not lying, but they scared to come because they're scared they're going to be retaliated against. So we're their voices. So you all need to do better. You cannot talk about recalling nobody and sending somebody a letter out for recall, and you don't even know why you recalling them. We got enough to walk these walks and knock on these doors to make sure that these people stay in their position, whatever decision they decide to make. And Bruce, I didn't support you, but when you ask for documents, it's going to always be a problem. I told them that before you won. They're going to mess around, and when Bruce go to ask for documents and he don't get them, it's going to be a problem. You did a great job.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Madeline Irving.
Hello. Ma'am.
The next speaker is Madeline Irving, followed by Margaret Shepard and Michael Jordan.
Madeline Irving Mills, Riviera Beach resident. I want to just talk about some things. It saddens me to know that you all create this tension because we fight for a qualified city manager. For many years in this city, there was no development. There was nothing, but yet this man came with a purpose. And because you all are so self-serving and so greedy and want your own, and you forget that it's the taxpayers that pay your salary. It's the taxpayers that pay your health insurance. It's the taxpayers that cover you when you get in trouble. You disregard us. You want to hear nothing. Everybody has their opinion, but the town halls that you should be having with the people in your district, listening to them when you're considering these choices, making these decisions, that report was bogus. This man took 2 weeks suspension on half-truth. But yet and still y'all railroading and trying to go down this bright line rail to do the things that you do. And we pay your salary. That's what we do. Every time I pay my taxes, you get paid. But when do you come and talk to us? When do you come and say, this is what we found? This is not your board. This is the people's board. I hate to bring up old stuff. Please forgive me, Ms. Paneer and Dr. Spiritus. But when you walk into a seat, it makes me feel like you don't appreciate the resident. I'm speaking for me. I'm not speaking for nobody else. So don't come up here and say, she talking for me. I'm talking for Madeline Irving Mills. For every tax dollar that I spend, it funds y'all salary. I got a voice. And you are not listening. We're here on a special meeting to talk about this man who's doing a phenomenal job. But do you come to the community? Do you talk to us? Do you tell us what you see that he's doing wrong? I guarantee you not. I guarantee you not. But yet, we pay your salary. We pay your salary. Are you worth the money that you receive from us?
The next speaker is Margaret Shepherd, followed by Michael Jordan and Dario Del Castillo.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I'm going to speak on another topic. Mr. Evans, I was over at Lindsay Day Wells, and as I was going out the door, I spoke at it, the CRA meeting. They touched me, I guess because District 1, I think that was you, Mr. Guyton, and Mr. Spiritus, I guess because he's there a lot. The casino, they're very hurt because ever since we've been at Lindsay Davis, we always went to the casinos. That is just something that we do. And they were hurt because it's canceled. I have the calendar in my purse to show you. That's just something that we do. And they were very hurt that it was canceled. I think Wednesday they said they had to pay $30 for the bus, and the seniors were very upset that they had to pay this $30 to get on the bus, and they gamble a little bit. So they were asking that, you all kind of look into that. That's something that they just do. I want to say I was at the CRA meeting, and the only thing I said, if you all look at the recap, I was talking about Latasha Wells. I don't really know her, and I called the mayor. And the next day, Thursday, I was sitting at home with my 13-month grandbaby. The phone rang, and Latasha Wells called my house. That lady cursed me out. She said, I'm coming over to beat your MF with your old self. I said, 167 East 23rd. First of all, I'm going to call the police. And I got up, and as I heard my daddy, I got my piece. I was ready for her black ass.
Hey, wait a minute.
I said, I'm OG. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Now, I don't bother anybody. And I want to say to the Riviera Beach Police, I don't know where that witch lives at. I don't know her. She's a young girl. I have kids her age. And I want to say to you, let me be clear on one thing. I will not. Now, that witch over at the Port of Palm Beach, the same thing where y'all heard me in full bloom. I wouldn't care if your mama come to my door. No one, if the sign right there in my yard, I am protected by the Riviera Beach Police. And I will advise you, Mr. Mayor, I did see you talk to her a couple times. I don't know who holds her battery, whether it's Schuler's, Bell and South, but let her know one thing, I got her. This is freedom of speech, and I don't understand why you come to Riviera Beach and think you could threaten an old lady. I got her. That was very ignorant. The recall, I thought that was very ignorant. Every recall I've ever seen, something happen. They get to the window and give all these things, and they look down there, and boom, something happened. Recall for what?
Thank you so much.
Go to the polls. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Jordan, followed by Dario Del Castillo and Jason Detar.
First of all, I'm gonna always come with respect, and I would like to set the pace first to maintain my composure and to respect the council and everybody else in their respectable places. First of all, I would like to give an open thank you to Ms. Payere. Thank you for the letter of recommendation that you wrote. Me and the organization, we appreciate that. Even though it was last minute, you found a way to do it. So that says a lot about you and representing the city that you're for the people. Second of all, I will also, because I have my own mind, to thank Mr. Guyton. I like the way that you operate with filing documentation. And to actually say as well, as I have said before, some may not like it, but you know me, I ain't worried about that, okay? This different type of stuff that's going on where they're saying files have been scrubbed and all this different stuff, it spells corruption. And it's bad for the reputation of the city. I'm not saying terminate nobody. I'm not saying keep nobody. We have to clean up the reputation, okay? Second of all, the second thing is If I'm up there on the council and they have public comment, I don't care what it is that they say, I'm not gonna go backwards and forward because whatever my decision is, it's gonna remain. I don't care what they say, so I'm not gonna keep arguing back and forth with nobody, okay? The third thing is, when you have rules of decorum, it needs to apply to everybody, even me. If I get out of line, I don't have a problem with being corrected. I'm just saying, this stuff is being shown live. Everybody is seeing it. It's not only making the residents look bad, it's making the city look bad. Okay, it's making all of us look bad. So this is what I'm saying. If we're gonna deal, let us deal fairly. I don't care nothing if I'm your best friend, if I have violated, then you need to handle me according to what the violation is. You understand what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. We have to help one another. We have to get the reputation together. And we have to continue to move forward. And I would like to say respectfully, I said what I said, and it ain't changing.
The next speaker is Dario Del Castillo, followed by Jason Detar and Peter Maloney.
Good evening. My name is Dario Del Castillo. I'm a Singer Island resident. I want to talk a little bit about the OMRIT, and we kind of have an accountability gap here, private versus public. The issue is that developers utilize private state licensed inspectors, but there's been a perceived failure by Riviera Beach City inspectors to audit or follow up on those findings, various things that were found. The argument is while the state allows for private providers, the city remains the ultimate accepting authority just based on the tax revenue from Singer Island. The city assumes the obligation to ensure that in the structures within its jurisdiction are safe for occupancy. So some of your critical system deficiencies are fire and life safety within the building. There's been reports of improperly installed or non-functioning sprinkler systems, components, frequent false alarms that drain county and city resources that respond to those things. So these known code violations are regarding the layout of the freshwater systems and the sewage systems as well. Electrical inspectors have also been deficient in this. We've documented electrical code violations within two 20-story towers. So this continues to happen, and we have a certificate of occupancy. Well, we do not have a certificate of occupancy for either tower. The buildings are occupied without a final CO, and there's clearly no timeline for one to be completed, nor for construction to be completed on the building. So we talk a little bit about lack of checkpoints throughout this multi-year construction. I believe it was 2018 was groundbreaking on it. And this has consistently happened one after the other. So the failure to enforce is, we don't want you to change the regulations to try and fit what the building is trying to do. Use your enforcement abilities or use your proper city inspectors to come in, take a look and see what your city is doing, how they're allowing it to happen. I had an interesting statistic that came up that Singer Island is 51% of the Riviera Beach tax base.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
comments.
Jason Detar, Peter Maloney, and Jason Weiser.
Hello, City Council, City Manager, Mayor, everybody else. My name is Jason Detter. I am the president of the Ahmed Ocean Resort and Residences Condominium Association. Except ironically, we're not residences. I know many of you up here know this to be true. It is unfortunate that we too found out after closing on our purchases that it is just a hotel. The land use and zoning for this property is strictly a hotel. was never approved for residences on the last resolution, 14315, in the year of 2015. Prior resolutions it was. So unfortunately, that is the case. When we came into the condominium association, which the unit owners got control of that last February, we started to look for public records. That has been an issue that has lasted for 14 months, unfortunately. As this was discussed earlier today in this meeting and talked about, typically an exemption would be stated and the reasons for not obtaining those public records. That really wasn't the case in our case. They just simply were not produced. We didn't understand why, those exemptions. So it took about 9 months or so, this continued discussions, and eventually we had to sue the city to actually get that. It's called a writ of mandamus, which is a 119 public records lawsuit. That then brought about the ultimate points, which is the fact that no valid exemption existed for the property. It would seem that the city was relying on a hotel exemption, which would require at least 350 units. Well, there's 338 approximately. There's a discrepancy in about one of those numbers. So eventually, by way of a court order of an agreement, which is a matter of public record in the county records, that we were able to obtain those records. We just got those. All we have now are significantly more questions. How this project was approved, how it happened. And we're in a situation as the condominium association where we're in a major legal problem where we can't properly govern ourselves. We can't reach and fulfill state obligations. The city, the county, and the state have all been seemingly pointing the finger at each other for the past, I don't even know how many years. So there's a lot of questions. We're just getting there. We are just getting those public records. Cost us tens of thousands in legal fees. And for some reason, it probably cost the city, I would guess, tens of thousands in legal fees to not give us the public records and your own legal defenses. And eventually, we got them. So thank you.
The next speaker is Peter Maloney, followed by Jason Weiser and Julie Votel. Peter Maloney, Jason Weiser.
Good evening, and thank you for staying late. I would like to say I'm a resident of Riviera Beach, but I'm not, because I signed a contract with Amrit in August of 2019, and I'm still not a resident. They built the pyramids in less time than it took to put up these condominiums that they have there. And unfortunately, I can't really call them condominiums because I'm going to eventually own a hotel room. We, as the residents, have been bamboozled. You, the city, have been bamboozled. Dorothy Jackson, the county, have been bamboozled, and so has the state. And all of this was at the behest of the developer, who decided that he wanted more occupancy and more density and more setbacks, which allowed him to build a bigger and more expensive project. And he is at the root of the evil of this problem. And I don't look with blame to anyone sitting here. I thank you for the efforts that have been made, but I echo Mr. Tatar's statements. This has been an abomination. We have been designed to be a condo. We are paying condo taxes even though we own hotel rooms. The certificate of occupancy says hotel room on it. And unfortunately, you have inherited this problem. And I know the mayor has been trying to resolve this problem. Mr. Spiritus has been trying to resolve this problem, and the day will come soon when you will be able to cast a vote. And what that vote is going to be a special exception where we will be allowed to get what we bought, what we were promised, and what we were shown in writing was a condominium. And so we're going to be requesting that at some point in the future when the lawyers finally get everything together. And what we're going to ask is we shouldn't be responsible for paying that fee. I think it's a $50,000 per unit fee. The developer should be responsible for that because he's the one that created this problem. He is the one that continues to circulate this problem, and he could change a $9 bill with threes. And unfortunately, you are now left cleaning up the mess. And what we will request after that is that there's reparations. And those reparations are going to be, he shouldn't be allowed to control the hotel and the restaurants and the parking and every other aspect of this sales pitch that was made on us 8 years ago, that we were sold a bag of goods. We all want to be contributing members to this amazing city that is growing. And with some of the issues we've heard today, we know that there's a collective group that wants to see the best for this city. And we work together on both sides of the bridge. And what we need more than anything is some understanding that we're all victims in this one. The real culprit has to be held responsible for what happened. And I look forward to the day that I can call you neighbors when I actually live here, hopefully in a couple months. I'm the last person who hasn't moved in there, and that's a battle I'll fight on my own. But I thank you for your time on behalf of all of the members of AMRIT. I thank you for your attention to this. I know there's bigger fish to fry. There's bigger issues you guys face. But for us, a house is a house, a home is where you live. And we want to make this our homes. So thank you.
The next speaker is Julie Botel, followed by Dolores Williams and Doretta Paul.
Good evening, Julie Botel, Singer Island, Riviera Beach neighbor to AMRIT, and extremely sympathetic to their cause. But I want to make something very, very clear. I was not on City Council in 2015, nor was I in City Council on 2017. And I hope that whoever might be telling you that I had something to do with this debacle, you reveal that they are liars, in fact, because the truth of the matter is that on October 12th, 2015, City Council approved Resolution 14315, and they approved that as it was formally approved, and the development rights, the density, the core entitlements were established. I, again, was not on City Council on October 12th, 2015. On May 3rd, 2017, at that City Council meeting, the developer returned with significant changes, including building dimensions, unit count, and mix, the project configuration and design. The council held formal deliberations. I was not on City Council that time either. March 7th, 2018, there was only a reference to AMRIT. It was mentioned in terms of finances. September 16th, 2018, again, references to AMRIT, only about beach access. I was trying to allow people who lived on Singer Island to get access to the beach because the beach is for everybody, okay? That was my extent, the extent of my involvement with AMRIT. So what you really have to understand is that those decisions were made well before I was on City Council. I never asked people to invest in AMRIT. I have no involvement myself with AMRIT, and please understand how sympathetic I am to your cause. One other thing before I leave. I'm also sick and tired of having a certain person raise the issue of my, quote, censure by the governor. When I was first elected to City Council, I had also begun a charity for children in Riviera Beach called the Friends of the Riviera Beach Schools. I made the mistake of putting out a Facebook post asking people to make contributions for children in Riviera Beach to the Friends of the Riviera Beach Schools. That certain person who brings it up every time he gets up to this podium says that I was censured by the governor because he pushed that and made sure the governor censured me because I was trying to get money for the children in Riviera Beach. Well, God help me for that. That's all I have to say.
The next speaker is Dolores Williams, followed by Doretta Polk and J.B. Dixon.
Good evening, everybody, especially the citizens of Riviera Beach. You know, I want to know something. Somebody just spoke to me and said that y'all did a recall. What was that recall on? Somebody said it was on the Davis and Mr. Spear. What y'all recalling them people for? All the recalls we have done got over 1,000, got over 4,000. Y'all didn't do nothing about it. I don't think they do it. I think she's doing an excellent job. You should ask questions. Mr. Spear, keep speaking up. What did I tell you when you first got elected? I heard some of them say, don't worry about it, Ms. Botel. Ms. Botel, you know I've come to you to talk about nice stuff. Don't worry about it. In 3 years, we're going to get you back in there. We're going to get up Mr. Spear.
Don't tell me, let's take a lie test and see who said it, and see who said it. You shouldn't be being like that. Mr. Spear does a lot of things. He come over on the west side. If we ask him to do anything, he try to help everybody on both sides. I'm gonna say something now. Don't think I'm trying to degrade you or anything. But when Mr. Guyton, Davis didn't have to run. But you had Lanier and all of them. Y'all went over to Singer Island. You see that little thing they got in there? They had things, a poster tall from that table up into that wall. Support Guyton. Support Guyton. You know what I'm calling it? Because he's speaking up. Y'all are chameleon lizards. You know what a chameleon lizard is? Whatever they talk about, want to be on, that's what they be on. If they say do this and say that, you become a lizard, because I'm going to support you on that. Not me, them. So y'all need to stop that mess what y'all doing up here. If he brought it up, because I was shocked the night when he said it. I never called him, asked him nothing else about it. But I think y'all need to stop that. And if you're talking about moving those two people, I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Something wrong with y'all. You need to stop. And then somebody say, don't go back. What you going back for? Take it back those stuff. You don't look at your history, you can't go nowhere with your future. So we need to stop. And I'm going to tell you another thing. When some of us get up here and we say something, but you got a special group for them up there. They carry on, talk out, ready to fight, ready up here cussing, everything. You need to stop that. You see what I'm talking about? You hear them talking, I'm talking too. So, but Miss Lanier, I don't have anything against you. I came to you. I've been to Anderson. I had talked to Mr. Guyton. I talked to even the mayor. I went and talked to him about some things. But I want y'all to know, I don't know what y'all trying to recall them for. They haven't even had a chance to talk and be. Anderson, you've been there 12 years. Lanier, 9. Mayor,
Thank
9
you so
years.
much.
What y'all did?
The next speaker is Doretta Paul, followed by J.B. Dixon.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I just want to talk about the if it's decided to try to dismiss Mr. Evans, and I hope it wouldn't be voted to do that. He has done an absolutely wonderful, phenomenal job here at the city. Now, Mr. Guyton, when after a council meeting and you weren't on the diocese yet, and you wanted to talk to me, and we talked, and you said that you're here to help Mr. Evans move the city along and get the water plant. You said that. And the chaos is over when you sit in that seat. That's what you said, Mr. Guyton. You haven't been on this diocese not, I don't even think a year, a total year. And you're the one seemingly, I could be wrong, but you're the one seemingly guiding this ship to have Mr. Evans terminated. And I could be wrong, and I hope that, you prove me wrong if you all gonna vote on this. I hope you prove me wrong. And I hope that also Mrs. Davis Pinheiro, Councilwoman, and I hope that you hear the voices, all of you all hear the voices of the citizens, Councilman Spiritus, all of you all hear us, because he has done numerous things that wasn't even, the development was not even going on for many, 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 many years, decades. We were at a standstill here in Riviera Beach. We now have Berkeley's Landing. We have Riviera Beach Cove. The library, we have a new library. When I used to take my little one to the library, it was so much damage in that library. Same as the police department and the fire department. All the mold, fungus, and asbestos. He cleared that up. I couldn't even check out a book in the library for my little one because you turn the pages, it's mold. It's mold. Infestation. Now, he has done a marvelous job. And we do, the citizens do, and myself, I'll speak for myself, want to have him come stay here. Honesty may be uncomfortable, but
Thank you so
deception
much for your
is
comments.
destructive.
Thank you so much.
And
for
I
your
thank you
comments.
so much.
Madam Chair, the last speaker is J.B. Dixon.
J.B. Dixon from Singer Island and Riviera Beach. Well, as predicted, you have all put off the whole question of Jonathan Evans' contract, hoping that everyone would leave, and most people have. So I will take this opportunity to speak about that rather than when you bring it up. First of all, I wanted to address the very, very bogus so-called investigation, which you were discussing earlier. Everybody knows what a bogus thing that was, that the former mayor, who was a patsy for some of the very people who are here tonight, did that for 33 employees who said that they were afraid of retaliation if they said anything. Did you know that 80% of those employees were union members? And if you actually believe that people who pay dues to their union are afraid of getting retaliation if they complain to that union, you truly do need IQ tests. Not only was it a bogus investigation, the attorney who was paid for by this unfortunate city refused to come before the council, just refused. And they did not even claw back the money. Of course she refused, because if you look at the record, and I hope you do, because many of you were not here then, and you don't know about this investigation. Obviously, by your questions, it is obvious that you do not know about that. She absolutely screwed that investigation up. That's why she wouldn't come back and be questioned by the very people who paid her. Then the mayor leaked the report to the media before he gave it to the council. And that's how the he said, she said stuff got out, because he knew that those people who were accused had not had a chance to clear their names, and didn't have a chance, and still haven't had a chance. And very, very coincidentally, I'm sure, that report has not been able to be produced, as we heard earlier today, because you would find out
Thank you so much for your
that
comments.
the
Thank you so
city
much.
manager is
Thank you so much
innocent
for
of
your
that.
comments.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Is there comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's the end of our public comments.
Mr. Evans, would you like to address any of the issues that the residents raised? I'm sorry? Oh, it's gone. Let us go to our next item, please. Huh?
For general comment? Ms. Frank said she had a, I didn't see her.
Who?
Miss, yeah, Okay, never mind. Madam Chair, we are on item 12A, City Manager Employment Contract Timeline. We have 12 public comment cards on this item.
Very good. This is a discussion of the city council, discussion of the city manager's employment contract timeline. This item was placed on the agenda by a council member in regards to the city manager's contract. We talked about bringing this item back to look at the timeline for Jonathan Evans's contract with the city of Riviera Beach, when that started, when does it end, and all of the nuances that go with the contract. I think that Commissioner Guyton was one of the individuals that wanted to place it on the contract, so
I was the individual.
so I will give him the floor to ask his questions in regards to this item.
Madam Chair, in the essence of time, I would like to suggest I have a motion to put on the floor. If it doesn't get a second, then there's no need for all of this discussion. If it gets a second, then everybody gets to chime in on it. So I would like to start off with the motion, and if it gets a second, discussion commences at that time. If not, we move on to the next item.
Okay.
All right. I am putting a motion on the floor to put city manager on notice that we would not be renewing this contract coming up in July. That's my motion.
Motion has been made. Dies for a lack of a second.
Second.
There is a second.
Yes.
Very good. There's a motion and a second made. Could you provide to us the timeline for that contract, Mr. Evans, the time that it starts, the time that it ends? I'm not sure the date of the ending of it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe the contract requires both parties to facilitate notice by, I think, May 13th, whether they look to mutually extend the terms and conditions that are provided for in the contract.
So
or not extend.
Okay, so May 13th is the date for either party.
I believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay, very good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, this is a question for Attorney Nguyen. Do we have to go through this motion and discussion before I make a motion to extend the meeting?
You can make the motion to extend the meeting at whatever time you want.
Okay, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we extend the meeting.
Second.
Very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier?
I'm sorry? Extended to when?
Extend it till we finish the agenda.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier?
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
No.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier?
No.
The item passes with Chairperson Lanier and Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson dissenting.
Okay, so where were we? We were at the date, the timeline for the contract. The contract ends, what is the date for the contract end, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe that the date, if the contract is not extended, would be the 13th of July. I'm trying to bring it up right now. I'm sorry.
Madam Yes, Chair? that's correct. Okay.
Is that correct? The 13th of July? Okay. And the city has to have, or you have to provide, what, 60 days notice? So that would be May 13th, okay.
A minimum of,
A minimum?
yes.
Is
It
that-
can be done before that.
So you're saying that,
I'm doing it earlier.
but May 13th is really like the 60 days, the time frame?
Yeah, no
Oh, no
later.
later than 60 days. I see. Prior to. Okay. All right, so where are we with this now? Do you want to go through anything in regards to you putting it on the,
No, we can go to public comment if you like.
all right, very good. Let's go to public comment, please. Public comment for the contract for the city manager.
Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comment cards is now closed. First speaker is Jimmy Coffer, followed by Annette Dragon, and then John Miller. Jimmy Coffer, Annette Dragon, John Miller, and Erica Davis.
Hello, everyone, again. Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. This is nuts. What you're proposing to do is nuts. Jonathan Evans has done a tremendous job as city manager, and his performance should be judged on an annual review basis. I believe that annual reviews have happened. I hope they have. Hope you guys actually did an annual review of his performance. And anything that happened in the past shouldn't be dredged up against him. He's doing a great job. He's brought prosperity to a lot of areas that were not prosperous. And he's done what you've asked him to do. Why are you doing this? Is this a political power struggle that's going on? Does Mr. Guyton think that he can take over the city manager's job? Is he qualified? Same goes for Mr. Lawson. And I'm not meaning to denigrate anybody, but how are you going to find somebody else to replace him on 60 days' notice? You're not. So the job will go vacant, and things that have been progressing are going to fall behind, and the city is going to get more divisive and more difficult to manage from your standpoint. Why are you doing this? It is not necessary. He's done a great job and should be rewarded as such. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Miller, followed by Erica Davis and Rochelle Hughes.
This is like Groundhog Day. What was it, 7 years or 8 years ago this happened? 3 people decided because of their own reasons to get rid of Jonathan Evans. Why? I really don't know, except for the fact that they could do what they wanted after that. They kicked around a few names. One, if I remember right, was the chief of police to be the city manager. I don't know how that could happen. I don't know. Obviously, he was a professional officer, but to have the experience of a city manager, I don't think so. So we're back at that again. Obviously, yes, it is politically motivated. It's politically motivated so that they can do what they want. And it don't work that way in life. Again, I said, I don't know if we can recall any of us to try to do that, but I can tell you this, we'll get you out of there one way or another, because we did that 7 years ago. We got rid of the people that went after him. You don't believe it? Look it up. Now let's talk a little about you guys. With $1.5 billion debt we're going to have, right? You voted to get $1,000 for each one of the meetings once a month. Not all of you took it, but the ones that took it, you might think, I need the money. Who needs the money more than the police department, who their contract is now up? Who needs the money any more than the citizens in this city that are paying high taxes? First of all, let's think about this $1,000 that you get. One meeting a month that runs between 1 hour and 2 hours. Is anybody here getting $500 an hour? Are any of you cops getting $500 an hour? Firemen? Anybody here making $500 an hour? I don't think so. It's bullshit. Excuse my language. But it's wrong. So what do you want to do? You're going to go after Evans. Why? Again, same thing. Political reasons so that you can do what you want. Like I told you, we're going to watch closely. We're going to watch closely. I can't wait if I get a chance to talk to the FBI. Because I want to ask them about conflict of interest and what does it mean and what does it entail? Because I really don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. And we're going to be watching what's going on constantly. Thank you.
The next speaker is Erica Davis, followed by Rochelle Hughes and Fane Lozman.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. I'm going to say this, first of all. I don't give a cuss what any ignorant, big mouth residents come up here and spill about what I say. When you can challenge my intellect, then you have something to say. But until then, don't address me or say nothing or look back at me about anything that I say, because I'm going to say what I want to say, when I want to say it, and how I want to say it. And when I come with receipts and knowledge. Because you know why? When I speak, I do my homework. Unlike a lot of people that get up here with their big mouths, always trying to defend their family members, that's in the past, that they can't keep on, they keep bringing up over and over again. That's over with. We're moving on. And Mr. Evans, it's a shame how we have to keep doing this. I don't care. You can do what you want to do because we, the people, put you in these seats. We hire you. And like one of the speakers said before, you never do anything that we tell you to do or want you to do. You just do what you want to do. But as usual, as I say, our record speaks for itself, and we're going to do what we need to do because it doesn't make any sense. We know that you have your own self-serving agendas. We know that, Mr. Spiritus, that you are a developer and you work with some of these developers. We know that you have property over there, Barbie's restaurant in Lake Park, that you wanted to build 16 stories over there. We know you're intertwined with all of this stuff. We understand that you're pissed off because the council's not letting you get in where you fit in. We get all of that. But let it be known that you walked into that seat and Botel still beat you in votes. So, it doesn't matter. You will not win again. You believe that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes, followed by Fane Lozman and Cindy March.
Hello, again. So again, let me reiterate, city of turmoil, city of corruption. So I heard last week on a news thing that there might be a little thing going on behind the scenes in regards to with Chief Kurd retiring, and that there's possible some people want a certain person to be put in. And that's fine as long as they go through the process like we had to when we needed a new chief. You get applications, you go through the whole process, not just someone automatically going into it. So again, city of turmoil, city of corruption with this whole thing. That's all it is. It's like a witch hunt. You hear people talk about that, witch hunt. We have a witch hunt going on right here, right now. And all I can say is that if you want to continue it and you say, okay, yeah, let's not renew his contract, that's a witch hunt because he has done a lot. And I'm not saying he's not perfect. Trust me, nobody is perfect. No one. Not me, not any of you, not Mr. Evans, not any of us. We are not perfect. But he's done a good job, and he's progressed this city like no one else has before. It's him, because the dais changes. So it's him. So do we want to start again from scratch and do a Bubba deal of bringing in somebody that, oh, we want because they'll be our yes person? I hope not. I hope not. I hope we're smart enough, we're intelligent enough, and we really bring the community together. Don't tear us apart like you already have. This is torn apart this city. All of this. Now those who do want to shoo him out, you probably have your reasons. I don't know what they are, but you might have your reasons. It'd be great if you told us what your reasons were. Not just say, oh, well, he put somebody on suspension and they shouldn't have, blah, 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 blah. No, there's got to be more to it than that. So really tell us. Be honest. Be transparent. Be transparent with us. Why? Why would you not want to renew his contract? The city's moving down the road. Aren't we up for All America City? Are you kidding me? I think it's great, but we'll also be known as the city of turmoil and corruption.
Fane Lozman, Cindy March, Madeline Irving Mills.
Fane Lozman, if three of you decide not to renew the contract of the city manager, that's not a recallable offense. That's not malfeasance, it's not misfeasance. It's just like, we want to change. We're not firing him. We're just not going to renew his contract. So don't be intimidated by the Singer Island posse over here who's trying to scare you that you're going to be recalled if you don't renew a contract. You have the right to do that. You're the five final policymakers. The five of you run the city. But what's happened is that the city manager and city attorney have usurped your authority. I can give you a bunch of examples where they have done things without your permission. Really, both of them should not have their contract renewed. But forget what I think. Let's look at Mayor Felder. Mayor Felder is an intelligent, religious man whose integrity is impeccable. He did a very diligent investigation, and he came up, 33 people came forward and talked about misconduct and morale problems. They talked about racism and discriminatory tactics. They talked about sexual harassment and inappropriate comments by staff. He did nothing. He didn't address their concerns. What he did do is he fired 9 human resource managers, or said, if you don't resign, you get fired. 9 human resource managers. How come nobody's talked about those 9? I've lived in other cities, I never heard of 9 human resource managers being let go. 9. Just think about that for a minute. He got rid of Liz McBride, one of the great shining lights of this city. I mean, my goodness, just look at the statistics of what he has done. But he's also looked out for himself. During the pandemic, he paid himself hundreds of thousands of dollars that weren't in his contract. And when it was found out that he paid himself over $400,000, your taxpayers paid this man $400,000 because he said it was dangerous being a city manager during the pandemic. He made more than the president of the United States did. He begged forgiveness and he was able to keep it. When he was fired, he sued the city and they gave him $190,000 and he said, I won't come back. I won't seek my job and I won't accept it. But once he accepted it, he had to give back the 190 grand. That's the consideration. That's the way the law is. And he just kind of sloughed it off, and his little Singer Island cronies back there kind of like let it slide. Where's the $190,000? That's our money. That's not his money. He came back. He wasn't supposed to. The bottom line is he has not done a good job. I've talked to police officers. I've talked to people in code enforcement. I've talked to the building department. They are scared to death of this man. There is a morale problem in this city. Felder recognized it. Some of you have independently recognized it. It's just time for a change. Just like the season's time to move on.
The next speaker is Cindy March, Madeline Irving Mills, Doretta Polk. Cindy March, Madeline Irving Mills, Doretta Polk, Julie Botel. Doretta Polk, Julie Botel, and Alicia Franks.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk, and I'm just flabbergasted that it was seconded by you, Councilman Spears. It is seemingly like a witch hunt, like one of the speakers said. Now, some people that the FBI is investigating. I don't know how you're gonna, try to throw dirt on Mr. Evans and trying to give him a black eye. Well, what about you all who have the FBI subpoenaing you? And what is all of that about? I think you all, instead of throwing dirt, you need to look at your inner self, what you all have done. Because the FBI usually don't come in just on a whim. They may have some damaging evidence, and I hope they don't. I hope you all have been aboard. But I say this to you all. Don't do this. Do not vote. Do not vote to terminate Mr. Evans or not give him his contract, renew his contract. He has done such a fantastic job moving this city along where we were just at a standstill, stagnant. This young man has done this. Don't let us go backwards. Don't let us go backwards. And I think as far as taking this stipend fund that you all agreed to take, when next year when our water bill is so high, I hope that you all leave this, take care of the citizens who you say, Councilman Guyton's crying to you and saying they don't know how they're going to pay their water bill. So I hope you all will fund this, have Mr. Sherman have the funds for people who aren't able to pay, because even this water plant should have been done 25, 30 years ago. And this young man, our leader, CEO, came in and started the process. So, you just can't blame him for everything, because he has done a phenomenal job. And please, please search your heart. And like I say, honesty may be uncomfortable, but deception is destructive. I thank you all.
The next speaker is Julie Botel, followed by Alicia Franks and Dolores Williams.
Good evening again, Julie Botel, Singer Island, Riviera Beach. And I'm here tonight not just for myself, and certainly not for just some Singer Island posse, but on behalf of the hundreds and hundreds of residents who signed a petition asking you, please continue Jonathan Evans' leadership as city manager. Some of them are here tonight, and despite the fact that this meeting was noticed only recently, and many residents had little time to prepare for it, and some unfortunately have already left, given the hour. They came here because they understand what is at stake. Riviera Beach needs stability, continuity, and professional leadership, not another cycle of disruption and turmoil. Last week, you were given a handout. I hope you had a chance to take a look at it. Many people here this evening also received it. It lists the accomplishments of Jonathan Evans. It talks about what he fixed, what he built, what funding and investments he secured, what he modernized. The record is clear. The progress is real, and the momentum should not be discarded lightly. Now, unfortunately, the motion that was made this evening was seconded. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here tonight continuing this conversation. It appears the real question is not whether you're going to fire him outright, but whether or not you're going to continue his leadership and renew his contract. That decision should be based on performance and what is best for the city of Riviera Beach. Concerns about staff morale should be taken seriously, no doubt, but they should be addressed through accountability and direction, not disruption. Removing proven leadership in the middle of major city projects carries real risk. I hope you understand that risk. It's not easy. If you think it's going to be easy to replace him, it's not easy to replace an experienced city manager with demonstrated results, institutional knowledge, and the confidence of this community. And believe me, he has the confidence of this community, not just some posse. We finally have momentum. We finally have continuity. And we finally have leadership that will move this city forward. Don't take this progress backwards. Choose continuity over chaos. Renew Jonathan Evans' contract. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alicia Franks, followed by Dolores Williams and J.B. Dixon.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak. It's much deeper than just their resume. It's the hurting people. I don't hear many people talking about the hurting staff that have dedicated their whole lives to the city, just like you guys have. And so what hurts is that I keep hearing about this manager. I respect and I liked him, but then I got to see a personal side that hurts. That you see someone to the core of them, that they're not a good person, the way they treat others. Ethicalness is a very important matter in your leaders. We deserve more than just a no comment. We deserve a city government that follows its own rules. If this council continues to ignore these ethical shortcuts, you are not just ignoring public comments, you're inviting further federal intervention. I formally request that the city attorney, Ms. Nguyen, provide a written legal opinion in the validity of the Gaines contract and a status update on the preservation of private devices. And I would also like to ask, what active steps is this office taking to seize and archive these private emails that are listed in the public records request to ensure that they are not deleted before they can be reviewed by public or federal investigations? Please be advised as well that I have submitted a complaint to the Palm Beach County OIG. I will be submitting a complaint to the Florida Commissions of Ethics to look into the matters of the backdoor collusion and the emails. It's not right. It's not about me. It's about doing the right thing and being ethical. I thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Dolores Williams, followed by J.B. Dixon.
To everyone again, I just want to say some people have commented on something. Mr. Spiritus, I have talked to you, and I told you when you first got elected what type of pits you was going to be in. And I know you have found that out to be surely true. And Mr. Evans, I want to say this to you. I never had any problem with you because you came to help a senior citizen and they were trying to take their house and do things, and there was county people. You came up there, Mr. Evans. You came right there to the house. I appreciate you doing that for that person. That's why I respect you for that. They were saying Mr. Spiritus, and they point out to all the, what do they say, points on everybody what they did and didn't do. Even you, Mr. Guyton, they point them out. But like I want to get back to that lizard thing again. I'm telling you, when you was running, they had these big old posts tall as that door over in Singer Island. Now, when you stepped out from them and went against them and challenged them, you are the meanest, the nastiest, no good fox in the hen house. But yet they wanted you here, though. But you told them straight out, you was a man that need proof and know what to do. So I wish they'll stop doing that. They'll keep saying somebody putting this and putting that there. But the new utility man, he met with us somewhere in the building. He told me all the things that was done and the money that was wasted and then do this water plant. He was honest and truthful. He spoke to me and somebody else. I say, thank you for telling me the truth. I came when I know they're going to do it. I was home. I came over just to thank y'all for selecting the new utility manager for the water plant. So I want y'all to stop being so mean. Don't want to be, you got 12 years, you got 9 years. All y'all have been home with all this water plant, all these people saying, but act like you don't know nothing. You know everything. All about this water plant, all the different things that's been going on. I went in and commented on a young person about her mother was ill. She got to tell the thing, say, you tell her if she say my name again, I'm going to take out a warrant on her. I told that council person, you better tell her she don't know me. Because I didn't say no, but asked her, how was your mother doing? Just how your mother doing. And Mr. Evan, I'm so glad you got married, because when you first got here, man, they was at you. But I'm glad you got a beautiful wife. That's why this, I see you smiling, it was at you, but I'm glad, tell your wife I say.
Madam Chair, the last speaker is J.B. Dixon.
Well, here we are. And obviously, we understand that the fix is in, or it wouldn't be on the agenda. So there are 3 votes to not renew the contract of Jonathan Evans. I don't need to tell you what Jonathan Evans has done for the city. Everyone else has done that. What we need to talk about is that who are those 3 votes? Who is going to join Mr. Guyton? I don't think that the 2 ladies who are chair and chair pro tem are going to do that, because the next item on the agenda is to get rid of them. So clearly they were not persuaded to vote. So it appears, if this measure is to pass, that the 2 votes will be given by 2 people who were never elected to their positions by the citizens of Riviera Beach. Isn't that something? So if this is in fact, the fix is going to go through, I just hope that those of you who have this printout of Jonathan Evans' accomplishments, whoever you replace him with, I would like to see you prepare this same document for that person. I would like to know what that person has fixed, and I would like you to compare it to what our by then former city manager fixed. I would like to see in this person's background what he built, and I would like to compare that to what our by then former city manager has built. To go on for almost 4 pages, I would like to see what your replacement, and I will ask that if this person comes before this meeting, what funding and investments in this person's background did that person secure? What did that person modernize? That should all be on his resume, and it should all be available to those of us who have received this one today. Good luck with that.
Madam Chair, that's the end of public comment for this item.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in regards to this item?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
this motion on the floor, what does this look like in regards to this decision? If this motion passes or fails, what is the step of the board? Not renewing the contract, what does that mean?
I think that's a question for the city attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, can you repeat the question, please?
The motion was made to not renew the contract. If it does pass, what does that look like in regards to the terms of the contract?
It depends on the pleasure of the council. You have some options. One is to, I believe Mr. Evans said that the last day, or we agreed, was July 13th. So he can remain your manager until July 13th, or you have the option of ending the contract now. That will require you to pay a severance. We will work out what that looks like.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
The statement about work out what that looks like, is that not clear in the contract as to what the severance looks like?
Severance is under Florida statutes, 20 weeks of pay. It cannot exceed that.
And is that paid on today, or is that paid on the 13th of July? If that's the pleasure of the board, what is that?
If it's the pleasure of the board to end the contract today, then, I'm sorry?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
What was the motion? I mean, I thought we were talking about what the motion was and what happens if we decide, if we vote to end it in July. I thought that was what the question was. How does that look? Not what other options we have to terminate now or terminate later. We're adding new options to what we already put down as a motion. So the question is, if we make the vote to terminate to let the contract run out, what does it look like for our succession is what I thought the question is supposed to be.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's the question. What does that look like if we do not renew the contract as a board? What are the next steps? What does that look like?
Again, I mean, you're not asking me for options now. I misunderstood the question. It would be that Mr. Evans would leave the employment of the city on July 13th.
Would there still be a severance requirement at that time?
Not if he worked the entire time. Because you aren't severing, you're just ending the contract. You're letting the contract run out.
I also wanted do we have, I don't think we do have any evaluations for Mr. Evans for this year. We're saying that we're going to let the contract run out, but I would definitely want to know from my colleagues what that evaluation looks like. If we're doing that, I would want to base it on something, because even though the contract may end, there still could be room for, you can sue for anything. But I really would want my colleagues to be able to do an evaluation of this gentleman so that there is something on record of the reason why we let this contract in. I don't see why we would do that without having something in place that basically says, these are your evaluations, we're going to let the contract in.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
When was the last evaluation done?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I have to, by contract, I have to provide you with a list of accomplishments by May 1st of every year. And then the board has until June 1st to provide their comments back. And so I've been doing that historically every year of the contract.
So did we do an observation? Did we do an evaluation June 2025?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Some of the board members did complete the evaluation.
So you didn't get one from everybody here?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, I think that's important to make sure we do that.
Madam Chair?
And versus verbally saying, what the issues are. I think I mean, that's just by right that if we want to do that, I would think that's important to have. And I know on the other hand, Attorney Wynn's contract, there's evaluations that we haven't done for her either, I'm sure, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Yeah, the language in Mr. Evans's contract is different from mine. Mine doesn't require you to do one. His does.
Okay. So if we're required to do one, then we need to do one. If we didn't, especially if some people didn't do it last year, I think it would only be right that we get the evaluation done prior to the ending of the contract. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a second. When, Ms. Wynn, when is your contract in?
December of this year.
December, and so the city council has until when, to renew your contract? Is it, where does that stand?
In September, I advise you whether or not I'd like to continue, and then you all decide whether or not you'd like me to continue.
Madam Chair,
I
Madam
see.
Chair.
Hold on a second, sir.
But no,
I'm
this is a
speaking.
special meeting,
I
Mrs.
understand
Wynn.
this is a
Mrs.
special
Wynn
meeting. I
contract
asked
is
the
not-
question in regards to her contract because we're talking about contracts.
No, we're talking about Mr. Evans'
And yes,
contract.
we are, and we're talking about her contract now because I asked her, because we're talking about
She's not on
evaluations.
the agenda. That's
I know
all I'm
she's not on
saying.
the agenda. I'm asking questions in relation to his contract. So let me, ask that question again. So you said it's September for yours, Mr. Evans' own is in May. So, but Mr. Evans does not have any evaluations on record as of this year. Am I correct?
If I may?
Yes.
There are some evaluations. It's just not from the complete board, but there are some evaluations that were submitted.
Okay. And when do we have to have those submitted by?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
June 1st by the city council.
By
I have to
June
provide
1st.
I have to provide you something by May 1st, and then the board has till June 1st.
Okay, got it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
The charter says that he works at will, and if we want to move in a different direction, an evaluation is not required. Now, you all can throw in all these delay tactics and all that other, that's all it is.
This is not a delay tactic,
That's,
sir.
in my opinion, that's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion.
And I understand. I'm asking this question because I don't want to be in a position where we are not following, and I said this the last time, we're not following this contract and we have to pay out money.
Madam
That is
Chair.
what I want to avoid.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So, and I agree with you. I don't want to have to pay any additional money depending on how this goes. But you can non-renew without cause. Am I correct, Attorney Wynn?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
My position is that, and I'm not trying to delay anything, sir. My position is that without an evaluation on file, and I don't see what the problem is us putting an evaluation on file, so that would be something that a person couldn't sue for. I mean, to say
Madam
that,
Chair.
to say that that there was nothing on file and not, I was, terminated without cause, somebody will take the case. I just want to make sure that all our bases are covered so that we don't be in the position that we were in the last time. That is it.
Okay.
Well,
Madam Chair.
Hold on a second, let her finish. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, if we're planning to non-renew, I probably don't feel, I did an evaluation last year, but I probably don't feel comfortable giving an evaluation this year if we're planning to non-renew without cause, because then he has, a just cause to get an attorney and say, well, this is what they said and what have you. So I mean, I feel differently about that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Guyton, when you made your motion, were you expecting to have the city manager stay in his position till July 13th, or were you planning on putting in an interim city manager?
I was planning on putting another motion on the floor, and to answer your question, no, I was not intending on him staying until July 13th. I had another motion I was going to put on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor and there's a second. If there's not any other questions in regards to this item, then we can ask the city clerk to, call the question.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go
can
ahead.
you have her restate the motion?
What is the motion, Madam Clerk?
The motion made by Councilman Guyton is to put the city manager on notice that his contract will not be renewed in July.
Can you make that July 13th so that we're clear on the language that's in the actual contract?
Yes, ma'am, July 13th.
Are we good?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Pannier,
Can you repeat it again?
the motion is to put the city manager on notice that his contract will not be renewed
All right, yes,
on July 13th.
yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
No.
The item passes with Chairperson Lanier and Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson dissenting.
Madam
Yes,
Chair, I have another motion.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we buy out whatever time is remaining on the city manager's contract. That's my motion.
Second.
There's a second on there's a motion. Could you please restate the motion, sir? Sorry, audience, please. Sir, could you restate the motion?
My motion is that the city buy out whatever time remaining on the city manager's contract, which mean effectively it would be ending now.
Okay. There is a motion that is on the floor to pay money to buy out Manager Evans's contract as of tonight.
Madam Chair.
Public comment.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Guyton, do you have an interim person in mind?
That would be decided by the city council.
Well, I think that has to be done by motion. And then the city council can decide, but someone has to bring that up.
Yes, yes. Yes, it'll be a motion following this one.
Oh. All right, very good. So there is a motion. Was there a second from you, Commissioner Spiritus?
Yes, second.
There's a second from Commissioner Spiritus. Are there any public comments on this item?
Madam Chair, we've already gone through the public, not in this particular motion, no ma'am.
Another motion.
There's another motion on the floor.
Yes, we don't have any comment cards.
You haven't asked for any.
No.
You haven't asked for any.
Yeah, we have to ask, this is a whole new motion.
Let them speak.
Yeah, no, this is a whole new motion. This was not on the agenda. On the agenda was the.
Part of his contract.
Hold on a second, sir. On the agenda was the city manager's contract, and this is another motion to buy out a contract. So that's something that's totally different that we would have to ask for public comment, and you can do that now.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I inquire? Mr. Gaines, are you recording? I mean, is it necessary?
You can't stop him.
I just asked him.
I mean, but
Okay, but I just,
you can't, it's public.
okay, I get it. I just asked because I want him to recognize that I recognize that he's recording. It's okay.
All right, so very good. There is a motion and a second on the floor. Can we get public comment? If anybody wants to have public comment, please come up front, give your name to the clerk so that you may be able to speak during this comment period time.
Madam Chair, you want to take a 5-minute recess to allow them?
Yes, we can do that. We will take, okay, we don't need to. All right, very good. Could you please give your name to the clerk so that you can do public comment, please? All right, very good. Ms. Davis, you want to go ahead and get started?
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Now you're doing too much, but it's okay because we might be hiring Attorney Gaines, and we're gonna fight some of this stuff. And we're gonna bring Jonathan back. It's okay. He'll be back. Just like the last time. It took 2 years, but he came back, and we're gonna bring him back again. But tomorrow, you will be famous because the residents is gonna know how much money you spent of the taxpayers' money since you care so much about it. And you too. All of you, you're gonna be famous tomorrow. All of the documents will be on record on Facebook. Because I am sick and tired of this. The same old stuff. You think you really run this city, don't you? You didn't get anything done. Not one thing when you were in office before. And I knew not to put you back in. It was my mistake. But I'm gonna make sure I make good on that. I don't care what you say. But hopefully you'll be going to prison before it's time to let him go. And if not, you're going to get out of there anyway, because we don't want you either. You walked in your seat, you won't get it back.
The next speaker is Annette Draga.
Hello again. One step forward, 100 steps back. What are you guys doing? This is nuts. He's done a great job so far. Okay, maybe some of the parameters are a bit woolly, but he's done a great job. We've moved a lot further forward with him than we would without him. And what you're doing...
Madam Chair,
Hold on,
one
hold
moment. Chief Coleman, can we have this taken care of in the public? Madam Chair?
We will have a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess, please. We need some order. We're ready. We had to take a brief recess. We are still at, we're still at April 27th. This is a special city council meeting. The time is 10:28. We are in the process of a motion on the floor, and a second has been made for the buyout of the city manager's contract. That motion has a second. We have given the public an opportunity to be able to speak to that motion, given that it was not a part of the original agenda. Let us get started. Ms. Dragon, go ahead, ma'am.
Thanks very much. We're in the dark ages again in Riviera Beach. You've got all this good stuff going on with the youth council and all the other stuff, and the city being recognized as in the top 20 in the country and so forth. And what you're doing with this motion to buy out Mr. Evans' contract is ridiculous. What are you going to do when you buy out the contract? Who's going to fill his place? What are you going to do with all the projects that he has started and has ongoing? Are you all going to do the administration of all that? Are you all qualified to do the administration of all those things? Think about this, people. We need a good city manager, and Jonathan Evans is that. He's going to come back, you know he is, and it's going to cost you another $250,000 the next time he decides he's coming back. But that's if he really wants to come back, and I'm sure he does. He does a great job here, and you guys had your faith in him to start with. Why haven't you got this faith in him now? Don't buy the contract out. Let him continue in his job. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Andrea Jarvis, Fane Lozman, and Doretta Polk.
Andrea Jarvis. I own a small business with my business partner, Kim Crawford, here in the city of Riviera Beach. For the past 30 years, we've owned this business in the city of Riviera Beach. For the first 25 years, there was nothing but drug addicts, hookers, and blight. Nothing. I haven't seen any of you come to my place of business. We put up the first new building in the city. Nobody's come to show up to see it. Why? The housing department told me once I was a white woman, I'd never be able to build a building in your city. Hence, I got one. But now you want to cancel this man's contract. He's the only one in 30 years who's done anything for this city and not put his hand out and take money in his pocket. So are you looking to get rid of him so you can get more money in your pocket? Because the blight is gone, the drug addicts are gone, the hookers are gone, and that's all Riviera Beach was good for the last 30 years. Hence, here comes a man. He brings in, he's doing development. There's no more blight behind 23rd Street, 24th Street, 25th Street. They're all gone. But where have you been? Has anybody come to see our business? Is it because I'm a white woman? And now you want to get rid of this man. Why? You didn't get enough money put in your pockets for the developments that he's done already? You want to start all over so you can put some money in your pocket? What is the reason? Not one of you has come up with a reason of why. Why? Between Mr. Evans and Police Chief Coleman, this city has run better than any council members, any city managers. So my question to you is why? And I'd like an answer.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by Doretta Polk and Dolores Williams.
Fane Lozman. I just want to preface my comment with a little story about Jonathan Evans when I first met him. When he first took employment for the city, I invited him over to Singer Island. And he came over there and he looked around and he goes, this is an amazing property that's up here. It can be developed. He said, this is like $800 million worth of property, and it would accomplish the purpose of saving the road from being flooded. So he was a vision there, but then once they got to him, I couldn't have a light pole. I couldn't have a fence. People could trespass. Hotel hope young children drown on my property to make me go bankrupt. So he had a vision, but he was afraid to stand up to the Singer Island crowd. And by the way, a 1.35 acre piece of property with a 10,000 square foot home sold in Lost Tree Village, just north of us, $97.5 million. Look it up on the property appraiser's tax rolls. We have 800 million, $1 billion worth of property there. You should develop it and get that tax income coming in the city. Because one of his legacies is we have a firehouse, but we got the most expensive firehouses in the county. Somebody's gonna have to pay for all that. But anyway, I just wanted to share that story with you, how he was a man of vision when he came, and then he just got into a rut with the Singer Island crowd with their finger on top of everything he did. As far as the transition, we have a pretty impressive man here. We have Kevin Coppins, who has been in law enforcement 38 years with the deputy chief. He has a law degree. He is a leader. He's a man of integrity. He can certainly take over either full-time the position or while you're going through a search committee. So let's not discount the leadership we have sitting at a table right behind me. So it's not going to be like the city's going to go to hell in a handbasket. You could also have a transition. I mean, Coppin's been working as the assistant city manager. He knows the game, but maybe you could have a 10, 15, 20-day transition to get him up to speed. But that would be my recommendation, is to bring assistant city manager Coppin to run the show, or you guys make a determination on the search committee or how that's going to proceed. But maybe in that motion, there should be some kind of brief transition to get the assistant city manager up to speed, or maybe it's already up to speed and you don't need a transition. But finally, we're not the final policymakers up there. They are. They've done their due diligence. They've talked to employees around the city like I have talked to employees. I try to introduce myself to them. They know what's going on. We don't. Just because somebody built a bunch of firehouses and a water plant doesn't mean that the employees under him haven't been traumatized. And these three who voted to go for a different direction, they're confident.
Thank you so
about
much
what
for your
they
comments,
did.
sir. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Doretta Paul, followed by Dolores Williams and Rochelle Hughes.
Good evening again. My name is Doretta Polk. And what occurred here a few minutes ago, let me tell you, every director, Attorney Wynn, Chief Coleman, every director, you're not safe. Your job is not safe here. You despise Mr. Evans that much, Mr. Guyton, that you want him to immediately be gone tonight? Tonight? But let me tell you, you're being investigated, you know? And I hope things turn out well for all of you all who are being investigated. But what goes around comes around. He sits high and looks low. What you all are doing here, and especially if you vote to say tonight this is it, is totally wrong. Totally wrong. He doesn't deserve that. And just like the judge said, because we all wanted him, citizens wanted him to come back, to return to the city of Riviera Beach. The judge said the people have spoken, that he could not go against the people. This is our will, and it's still our will for having Mr. Evans as leadership, the CEO. And I said it before, how do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night to try to destroy this young man? But you know what? You're destroying yourself. Because let me tell you something, just like the past councils was up here, you'll never be up here again. And I hope that you all don't want to dismiss him right away. Because let me tell you, every leadership in this city, you're not safe. You can do your darndest and the best by the citizens, but they do not care. If you're not going by their drum, they're getting rid of you. And you, Mr. Councilman Guyton, I apologize for every citizen that I came and you gave me those signs to put in the yard. I apologize to them for helping you get in that seat, because you came with an agenda, probably along with this mayor, came with an agenda to dismiss Mr. Evans. And shame on you. Shame on you. And like I say, how you sleep at night? What kind of conscience did you have? None. None. For you to ready say, okay, we're going to do this tonight. He's gone. Well, you never know when you're going to be gone.
Madam
And that's
Chair,
all
the
I have
next
to
speaker
say.
is
Shameful.
Dolores Williams, followed by Rochelle Hughes.
Evan? You're not gonna crown the show again this year, are you, Miss Anderson? But we want all of us crying, so I'm gonna talk to you about it, okay? I done talked to you once before. But Mr. Evans, I don't know what Mr. Guyton felt like while he said, because I was shocked when it was first said. I want you to know that. But follow the rules. What is done right, what's done in the dark, will come to the light. 12 years you've been there, 9 years she's been there, 9 years mayor, you've been there. Tragic, y'all fought so hard to make sure Mr. Guyton get Tragic out this seat. Now, you're doing the same thing to him. So what do y'all get? What is wrong with y'all? They keep saying y'all up there. Who's the y'all? Everybody keep pointing. Who's the y'all? Y'all trying to definitely point at Mr. Guyton? Or is it you? You can't talk them two new people. Then y'all, I find out y'all telling me y'all want to recall them. Recall them for what? Trying to do a job. That 12 years you've been there, seen all this here, seen the water plant, seen everything here. You've been right here with Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans came back. Mr. Evans learned quite a bit on the job. You learned quite a bit on the job as a council person. So don't try to put down and to say we don't have another brother, or we can have a sister. That I appreciate Mr. Evans. I told him I've always talked to him. I've given him a hug. But I want y'all to say, go with a good conscience. If you say no, that's no. You say yeah, don't let them make you feel condemned. Because every man and woman have a right to speak their conscience. I'm not God. They not God who getting up here. You not God. Only God gonna judge us. You can rub that eyebrow and that hair and turn to the side all you want. But your day coming too. And if I was to say something, Miss Lanier, they were saying, Mr. Evans, I don't know if it's true, Mr. Evans, or you, Mr. Lanier, that you pressure him to make sure you get Sam. Sam is a nice young man. I don't know that. I'm telling you, so many people come to me and say so many things to me about y'all. I don't get up there and say it. But since y'all acting like this and saying that, and the people, the special group y'all have, they be so loud and they be just outrageous. I ain't hear that gavel not one time when it was carrying on. Miss Margaret didn't do a thing. She was going by, I was talking to Miss Margaret, I said, ooh, boy, it made me feel so bad. She thought Miss Margaret was saying something, but that was not Miss Margaret Shepherd this time, y'all thought. So please do the right thing. Turn your head to the side if you want to. Either gonna have to come straight.
Ms. Botel, Rochelle Hughes is first, and then you're next. Rochelle Hughes, and then Julie Botel.
Hello. So, if it goes that Mr. Evans leaves as tonight, I do hope, I don't want anybody that you recommend or that you recommend for that position. Because right now, I don't trust either one of you. I respect you, but I don't trust you. especially after what you read from the media. I would hope that we would be smart as a city, that if you don't want to renew his contract, you do keep him in office to train the next person. Oh my God, what a concept. So that he could, teach them, show them, get them on the same page. Yes, I know we have great assistant city manager, maybe Mr. Conklin. But before you just let him go, you think smartly about this city and how it's run. He runs the city. I know you guys are the council, but he runs the city. So be smart and let him stay through the end of the contract so he can train the next person. And then that person can take over, because neither one of you can run this city. I know what you want to do. I know. I got your number. And guess what? Karma, if you know about it, be wary. If you don't know about it, read about it. Because karma will always come back. No matter what we do in our lives, karma will come back and get you when you do something so deceitful and so just nasty. It will come back and get you. No matter, I've seen it, and I believe in karma. I do. I've seen it. My own eyes. I've seen what it has done to people. So let's be smart and not just say, okay, goodbye tonight, because then tomorrow we are a city in turmoil. Somebody wrote on, we're a city of disaster on the comments of tonight's meeting. City of disaster. Really? Again? So please, I implore you council members, at least Mr. Spiritus, Ms. Pannier Davis, Ms. Lanier, Ms. Anderson. I implore you, let's be smart about this. And don't just destroy everything because, one person or two people want you to. Thank you.
The next speaker is Julie Botel, followed by Tayson Gaines.
Julie Botel, Singer Island, Riviera Beach. I didn't think I could speak again. I'm too upset. I said to myself, no, you're not, it's not going to do any good. But I do have one question, so that's why I'm here. I would like council to ask your city attorney for advice as to whether a buyout is even permissible under the contract, because I believe the contract permits only 2 methods of termination in section 13. So ask if it is permitted to have a buyout, if that's something that's part of the language in the contract. I would appreciate having that answer. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Tayson Gaines.
Good evening, council. Again, thank you. I'll be brief. All right. I want to state for the record tonight that Mr. Evans is one of the 6 impacted individuals that the council has retained my services to ensure that he has a right to due process, as well as the other 5. Any decision to terminate him or buy out his contract, which I don't believe is even an option under his contractual terms, even if it is, will detriment and prevent my ability to present a complete and comprehensive report. Secondly, it will infringe on the very integrity that this investigation was designed to produce, because he is one of the 6 impacted individuals. If he is terminated, he will not get his right to due process and the right to be heard, which is what this entire investigation was about. And my duty and my interest and my contractual obligation to the city is to ensure that the investigation is complete. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was the last public speaker.
I think that's a fair question. My understanding is that there are 2 reasons in terms of termination for the city manager. One of them being without cause, and you let the contract run itself out. Even if that is the case, if the contract runs itself out, do you still have to do an evaluation for that individual? The second one is that there is cause, meaning that you have to have a list of whatever the issues are for them to be terminated. So that is why I was very, very adamant about sticking to this contract. I don't want to put the city in a position, and it's not about us. It's not even about Jonathan Evans. It is about the fact that the city has no money. And there is no way that we can sit here in good conscience and just throw money out the window. We need to be very clear and very sharp about how we do this. Their motion has already been made and seconded and approved that the contract will end in July 13th, 2026. Anything else, which is the motion on the floor for a buyout, is something that was done at almost 11 o'clock at night. It gave the residents or anybody else any opportunity to even speak on it, and people had to rush up here to say, well, let me talk about it. Let me say something about it. That is just not how you do business. If you want to let the contract end, then there needs to be an evaluation. If you want to be able to, and there is no buyout part of his contract. So we cannot even entertain that.
That's not true.
And this is,
That's
no,
not true.
hold on, I'm finished, I'm talking. I'm just saying that I want to make sure that whatever we do, that it is by the contract and that the city is not in the position that we have to pay out additional money because of some misstep that we made. That is only fair to the residents, that's only fair to us, it's only fair to the people who are sitting, the city manager. And now we're at a juncture where there's a motion on the floor for a buyout. We need a legal opinion about that. Is that something that we can do? And I'm going to direct that question to the city attorney.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Just two things. One, clearly the board has communicated its desires to effectively move on at the term of my contract or the 13th. What I would ask for the board is to consider us entering into, a mutual separation that effectively accomplishes what the desires of the board are, and certainly for me to protect what legal rights I have as well and to seek competent legal counsel. But clearly I understand what the desires of the board are, and we can look to get something in front of you for your consideration here in short order. But that would be my request of the board to consider. And then at the conclusion of that, I would like an opportunity, if the board would indulge me, to just say a couple of words.
Go ahead.
That's it.
Well, Madam Chair.
Now?
No, not now.
Oh, I was going, hey. So this is my reservation. It's been done. The contract ends at the end of his contract. But this whole buyout piece, which was kind of thrust upon us, I am not comfortable with. I am not comfortable because I don't know what that means to the city and to its coffers. If the contract doesn't even mention anything about a buyout. It also mentions that we let the contract run out, that we have to do an evaluation on him. So all of these things have to be put in order for us to be able to get out of this unscathed and not putting out a whole lot of money to actually do it. I think that is fair to ask. And if we're going to do something, then we do it right, and we do it within the confines of his contract, and that we don't spend any unnecessary monies that we don't have to be able to get this accomplished. Any other comments in regards to this? Yes, go ahead, sir.
I am prepared to amend my motion to accept Mr. Evans' suggestion to enter into a mutual separation agreement.
Go ahead, sir.
I was indicating that I am prepared to amend my motion to accept Mr. Evans' offer for a mutual separation agreement on the condition that it's effective tonight.
Audience, please, we're trying to get through this. There's a motion on the floor and there's a second. Have big reservations about a buyout because the contract does not mention a buyout. I do not, and then there's also this other issue of him being a part of this litigation about this whole report. It is just ugly. I do not want the city to be put in a position where we're putting out more money than we have to. It is a blight and an eyesore for the city, and the optics are horrible.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
The other thing I think we need to be careful of too is, given the appearance of retaliation, given that we have that investigation we're trying to wrap up, one. Two, it's been numerous meetings where there's been a whole lot of hostile situations with Mr. Evans and Mr. Guyton. The other thing is, as I said before, for many decades, and someone came up to the podium and said the exact same thing, for many decades, nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, was taking place in the city. And, you know, Mr. Guyton, I certainly endorsed you. We said kumbaya and all of that. And, you know, I said that I would not have an issue in endorsing you and helping you get back on the board. But, and no promises were made from you to me and from me to you either. So there was no expectation. But what I didn't foresee is that the person that I was supporting was going to totally dismantle everything that we've had going on for the last several years. And I can assure you, the stuff that was going on, well, the lack of things happening when you were here before, I know you cannot honestly say that there has been much more progress happening that is visible than there was when you were here before. And I know that the whole reason we're all up here is to do what's best for the city. And I honestly don't see how, with the progress that we're making, how totally disrupting what we're doing now is going to be what's best for the city. And then, you know, no major shade to you, Mr. Spiritus and Ms. Davis Pinheiro, but your time on the board has, and believe me, you all have a right to vote however you want, but I have to say that the amount of progress that we have made, you all have been able to benefit from that. And it cannot go without saying that you two are in a seat and you are making decisions for a seat that you were not elected for. Yes, you're here, but you didn't have to work for it and to understand what is put into that.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Let me finish, please.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Let me finish.
It is against Robert's rules to make derogatory statements against members of the board.
It's not derogatory.
That
It's
is
a fact.
derogatory, and you are prohibiting.
It is a fact, sir. These are facts. I'm not making up nothing. So, and my
Madam
point.
Chair, you're going to control this meeting? Because I'll just leave.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Hold on.
Madam Chair.
Hold
First,
on.
rule on the point of order, Madam Chair, as based on just Robert's rules.
We have someone talking, and we're going to, just as we gave each of us up here an opportunity to talk, we need to make sure that we do the same courtesy for our vice chair. We have every resident to come up and have to say.
Madam Chair, we're governed by Robert's rules, not by you.
I'm not, we are governed by Robert's rules, and I have the right to say point of order. I have the right to deny that point of order.
Madam Chair, you have to stop and recognize the point of order, Madam Chair.
I do
And then the member, Madam Chair, that's Robert's rules. You have to stop, recognize the point of order, let the member speak on this point of order, and then you rule. So let's follow Robert's rules, Madam Chair. That's not Robert's rule.
So as I said, it is a difference when you are elected into a position versus just being able to get there. And knowing that the hard work that you put in, you're able to see it because you have a group of people who are working together. They're trying to do what's best for the city. And then you also have a city manager who has been able to implement those policies that you want to see move forward. I've been up here, and I don't like to continue to say the same things over and over, but I've been up here before where we have had managers that may not have been able to move things forward as they should have. And that was the result. You didn't see anything happening in the city. And you have to be blind to say that there's no progress. Now, if I had to kind of look at everybody, all of the managers, and like I said, I've been with 6 since I've been here, 6 different managers. The ones before Mr. Evans, many of them, not all, but many, did not have the backbone to be able to stand up to people who are trying to push them into certain directions. And just from my perspective, I have felt that Mr. Evans did not easily go with what some wanted him to do. And because of that, that's why we are where we are right now. The others, many of the others, not all, they complied. And because they complied, they got to stay. They didn't have any issues, no complaints. Nobody had any complaints about any of the things that were going on. And you did not have not one bit of progress or projects going on, but everything was okay. You have to realize that absolutely made no sense, but that's where we are. And I just hope that, with the situation, if you have the 3 votes, I mean, we can't do nothing about that. I mean, it is what it is. Y'all have to deal with that. But I just think that we have to be able to recognize and be truthful to ourselves to say there's a lot going on that you had not seen in 30 years. You can't ignore that. And you have to recognize that there was a time when everybody on the board the main goal was to make sure that the city moves forward. And I think we did that over the last 6, 7, 8 years. Now, we're in the middle of a number of projects, and to upset the cart right now is absolutely ridiculous. But if that is where you all want to go with this, like I said, it's your vote. You have to deal with that. But if you want to do what's best for the city, you wouldn't sit here and make this rash move tonight just on a whim. Who's going to take over? How are we going to continue? I mean, there's a lot of things that we need to sit here and think about, but if you came in with an agenda already, I mean, you've already had that discussion in your head, obviously. So there's nothing to have to try to figure out, but, I think it's a big mistake. But again, you all are free to vote however you like, but it just makes no sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I just think that the issue that's on the floor, which is a buyout, is something that I'm very nervous about, Madam Attorney.
Madam Chair, if I may, to speak on the mutual separation agreement, the intent is to try to resolve those particular issues and then determine how does the board wish to proceed. Is it a situation where the board wants me to continue out till the end of the term? Does the board wish to, look to move sooner than that? I will tell you, as a result of the previous action, I will not be making any additional appointments to any senior level positions in the organization. That will be the responsibility of the new administrator that would come into the role. And so right now, we're in the process as it relates to the fire chief. I would stop that particular process and allow for the incoming manager to look to address that. And, I know our existing chief terms out or retires May 1st. And so that process and HR and the interim manager, acting manager, full-time manager can handle that. But the intent behind the separation agreement is to effectively resolve all those issues and cure those issues consistent with whatever the board's desire. And so I don't know if it's something that the board wants to appoint one member to serve and work with the city attorney. I certainly would need to have competent legal counsel represent me as well to ensure that, my interests are protected and my family's interests are protected.
Thank you, sir. So where are we now? We have a motion on the floor and there's a second. Do we need to call this question? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So Attorney Nguyen, when addressing Attorney Gaines regarding this investigation, where does that put us with regard to that? I mean, is it going to be an issue? I think it's just a coincidence. We are at the end of the contract where you all determine whether you want to renew or not. And it just happens to be at the same time that this is going on. It's not like there are 2 years left on the contract and you're doing it. Then I would agree with him.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so Attorney Nguyen, so we can have in this separation agreement, we can resolve all the issues pertaining to that case. Is that correct?
It's not really a case.
Well, the investigation.
I wouldn't address that in the separation agreement. I think it's a separate issue. That's an issue dealing with more than Mr. Evans as well. There's six individuals that, as Mr. Gaines calls them, the adversely affected individuals.
But I'm talking about pertaining to future litigation.
I mean, we would be addressing that in the mutual release
Right,
or the general release that Mr. Evans discussed.
That's what I'm referring to.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right, so where are we? Are you keeping the motion on the floor for this buyout? Are we looking at the separation agreement?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead,
So
sir.
can I ask Commissioner Guyton, are you suggesting that we have the city attorney prepare a separation agreement with the city manager within the next few days? I don't think we can do it tonight, but I think that within the next few days. But that doesn't mean that you can't put somebody in temporarily while that's being done. He's not being terminated. We're not renewing the contract, but the city manager asked us for a separation agreement. So we're going along with what the city manager is asking. At least I'm suggesting that we go along with what the city manager is asking.
Yeah, but then we'll be paying two
To answer
people.
your question, okay,
We'll be paying two people, but go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
yes, within the next few days. Let me say this too. Everybody is acting like the world is going to fall apart. It's not.
Hold on.
People get emotional when they like certain people,
Please, ma'am.
and anytime somebody doesn't agree with what they think should happen, they're the worst thing in the world. These people some up here have done the same thing. They came in, fired Ruth Jones,
She wasn't doing that.
and a lot of people thought she was doing a good job.
You did.
But see, now it's no fun when the rabbit got the gun. I understand.
Okay.
So I'm saying that this can happen both ways.
Listen, we understand, Mr.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I mean, if you don't
Commissioner
agree with
Guyton,
me, that's
tell-
fine. I'm
tell us-
entitled to my opinion.
Commissioner Guyton.
I don't agree with your opinion.
Commissioner Guyton, we're not gonna go back and forth with the audience.
I'm just saying,
You
you
tell
know,
us.
I sit up here and get attacked and
I
attacked and
understand, sir.
attacked
That's
and attacked, and I'm like,
This is a part of the job that we took on being elected. People gonna say what they're gonna say, and that's just how it goes.
But
what
Dr.
we need
Spears, by the end of the week, I would expect this to be resolved.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so what are we looking at? Are you still have this motion and second on the floor, sir? Or you withdrawing your motion?
Madam Chair, so is that an addition to his, that's part of his motion, I believe, what he just said?
But we're
He's
talking about
amended his motion.
But if we're talking about a buyout, then how are we gonna have a separation agreement with a buyout?
It's not really a buyout, it's a separation agreement. We
You
haven't.
need to change
The
the
city
whole.
manager has not been
Madam
hired.
Chair, I will amend my motion.
Please make a motion that we understand so that we can know what we're dealing with here. So go ahead, sir. What is the motion? Now, well, go ahead and you're amending your original motion. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm amending my motion.
Okay.
To have the city attorney, negotiate a mutual separation agreement on no later than 12 noon Friday, by no later than 12 noon Friday.
Madam Chair?
And so what does that mean, Commissioner
That means that they
Guyton?
have until Friday to work this out.
Okay, so when
A
they,
mutual separation agreement. They work it out within a week.
all right, so what does that mean, though? You said that if they work it out by 12 noon, then
They're going to
what
work out the details, what is acceptable to Mr. Evans and to the city.
So does the public get an opportunity to see what that looks like?
That is not how this process works.
Of course it is. The public has the right to know what's happening.
They're going to know once it's done. I mean, this is.
So,
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I would suggest, Commissioner, that after they work out their agreement, the agreement is brought back to the city council.
Yes.
It would have to be.
To
It would have to
approve
be.
at our next city council meeting.
They can't unilaterally approve it. I mean, they're just
Okay, so-
negotiating the deal and bring back to
Madam
us.
Chair, so clarification, when would the end date be with all of this that we're talking about? The 12 noon, you get an agreement. Is the manager still managing?
Up until 12
Up until
noon,
12
or
noon,
is he managing it to the next meeting, or what is?
No, it ends at 12 noon. And
So then,
whoever we
who's
appoint,
gonna be in that position at 12 noon on Friday?
this is the next thing that we have to decide tonight. Y'all.
Oh, no, we can't do all that tonight, sir. That we have gave no notice to anyone about this. You said that we're gonna let the contract.
Fine, however y'all want to handle it.
I'm just saying that you had a motion to extend not extend the contract, but let the contract end on July 13th.
No. That is bad practice. If somebody know they're
No,
leaving,
that was a motion that was made and seconded,
I
and
know.
it passed.
I had an intention of putting another motion on the floor.
Right, and a motion that you're putting on the floor now is saying that you're going to, no, you're making a motion that you're gonna end the contract on 12 noon on Friday, a separation agreement. But at the time, we're asking you, what does that mean? Do we put somebody in place?
Yes,
at
I said
12
we
noon?
can do it tonight. That's not going to take long. That's not going to be, I don't know.
But sir, that's too much without the public's input. That is.
Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, that's.
I'm making suggestions. Y'all
Madam
trying
Chair.
to delay the process.
Madam
but
Chair.
I know
it is
it's
what
not
it is.
about delay, sir. Listen, we're talking about money here.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a second, Mayor, please.
Thank you.
We're talking about money here. We're talking about, I just want to make sure that when this all is said and done, that the city is not going to be out of any money. I just want to make sure that happens, because we're talking buyouts, and then you change it to separation. Then you said, oh, no, we'll get somebody else in. And we're saying, who is that going to be? That's too many ifs at 11 o'clock at night. All I'm saying is that we got a motion.
Chair,
You
Mr.
approved the
Chair,
motion.
all of
Hold
that
on.
is decided by the entire board. If y'all want me to make the decisions, I do that.
Madam Chair.
No.
Listen,
keep
all I
asking
know
me.
is that
I'm
there's
saying
a
that we
motion
make
on
the
the floor.
decisions.
There was a motion on the floor, and the motion passed that we would go to the end of the contract. We would go to the end of the contract term, which is July 13, 2026, for the Mr. Evans being in his contract. Okay,
Madam Chair,
we got that straight. Now you're asking us to have a separation agreement done by Friday at noon. And we're saying at Friday at noon, and this is what Commissioner Paneer asked. At Friday at noon, what's gonna happen then? It's done. Are we gonna have a meeting Friday afternoon to go over it? It needs to be some clarity. And you're saying,
It's chair style.
hold on. You're saying
I've repeated myself a million times.
And you're
We need an
saying-
interim. We can do it now. Y'all said, no, it's too late. We'll appoint an interim. It's not big deal.
Hold on a second.
Madam Chair, please have the audience not
Yes,
shout out.
audience, please, audience, we got to get this done. We've got to, please give us some grace here because we're trying, just like you are trying to comprehend this. So please understand that we are as frustrated as you in terms of trying to get some handle on this and trying to make sure that this is the best thing, right thing, less money for the city. So let us kind of work this out so that we can all be on the same page with this. So we got a motion, it's done. The question from Ms. Paneer was that she wanted to know what happens at at noon on Friday. You said you would have somebody else to come in. We said who that was gonna be. You said you're gonna make a motion to bring that person in. We don't know who that is. That's a lot.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Just to caution the board, this is a special meeting and you have to stay confined to the items that are on the agenda. So in the event that there is, whatever the board decides, as the manager, I can make an appointment to somebody to serve in the acting role, no different if I'm on vacation or sick, and then the board can look to address that particular issue at your next regular meeting or when the board convenes. That's an option.
Are we in agreement up here that we've got the issue of Mr. Evans's contract to July 13th, and that's that? I think that with having this separation agreement that's going to be due on Friday, that the next Wednesday is the first meeting. So we can get that taken care of at the time.
Okay, Madam Chair, I have a
Yes.
question.
Go
So,
ahead.
Manager Evans, you spoke about not hiring anyone. Will you also put a pause on firing anyone as well?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Unless it's severe and pervasive, we wouldn't, we wouldn't,
All right, very good. We good? All right, excellent.
I mean, what?
So you're gonna take your motion back so that we can come back on Wednesday and get this taken care of?
If that's the kind, yes, if that's the majority of the
Okay.
council.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
He had the motion for us to be able to have the attorneys meet with the city manager's attorney and then come back the next Wednesday, the next council meeting, and then we would vote on what they have come up with. So that motion has to be voted on so that we can have the attorney and Mr. Evans work out a separation agreement.
That's what we said.
Okay. All right, so that's a motion and that's your second, right?
Yes.
Yes, very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
No.
The item passes with Chairperson Lanier.
All right.
And Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson dissenting.
Let us go to our last item.
Madam Chair, just
yes,
for
go
clarity
ahead.
on that, so do I come to work tomorrow?
Uh,
So, and until otherwise
Yes.
instructed, okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yes. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, on item 12B, discussion of the City Council Chairperson and Chair Pro Tem reorganization.
All right, excellent. Let's, Mr. Guyton, that was an item that you also placed on. What did you want
Yes,
to?
only thing I wanted to do was set a date to do that. If we can do it Wednesday, that'll be fine, at our next council meeting.
Okay, so what was the backup that we were given on that? Because I didn't have a chance to read it.
I didn't submit any backup.
The city clerk's office provided backup
Oh.
on research that we
Oh.
did,
Mhm.
board members. And the information on the last page is frequently asked questions, which basically says the chairperson and Chair Pro Tem serves at the will of the board. Whether or not you all want to change chairpersons. It also states that in the utility special district charter, you must change chairperson and vice chair annually. So
Okay,
basically
very
that's
good.
what
So
the
that
research
would
says.
be is there a utility district meeting next Wednesday?
It
No?
will be May 20th.
Okay, so then we can do the utility district at time, but let us, Mr. Guyton, put this on the agenda. Let us bring that back for the, next meeting
That'll be fine.
for discussion.
Yeah. That was the last item.
Very good. That is the last item. Any, Mr. Evans, any remarks?
Madam Chair, I'll save my remarks till later on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. Madam Attorney?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner, Spiritus?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to bring to your attention that there was a breach of the city clerk's vault, and documents apparently disappeared. There is no cameras in the area, from what I understand, and I think that we have to take this very serious. This was a serious breach of documents from the last election and other documents, and I think that we have to make sure that the city clerk and the police department look into this and investigate this issue.
Very good.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
That particular matter was looked in from an HR and administrative perspective, but we'll have a discussion with PD to look at it, because that was news to me that there's documents in fact missing, so we'll look into that.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis Vernier?
No, thank you, I'm good.
Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I'm sorry, Commissioner Guyton?
Nothing.
Commissioner Miller Anderson? This meeting is adjourned.